Chapter 315. Training Field Cultivation. Chapter 315. Training Field Cultivation. At the side of the field, more and more people gathered above the gorge. These were all disciples of Mount Chong that hurried over after receiving the news. There was a mountain above the training field with a building. That was the cultivation ground for Mountain Elder Zongsu. Right now, he stood at the edge of the mountain and looked down. The cottage had recommended Futian to cultivate at Mount Chong's training field, and he naturally agreed. This could motivate his disciples. Futian obviously noticed all the people who'd arrived, but he didn't care. He tried walking, running, and displaying his martial arts strength in the gorge. He realized that his every move was restricted. Horrible noble might and gravity weighed down. Each move became difficult. The training field was big. There were other cultivators present, all in different planes. Most were above the Arcana plane. It was difficult for someone of the Dharma plane to move here. There were also all sorts of weapons made of white stone here. If I can move naturally in this field, I will definitely have a breakthrough, Futian thought. If he could reach a certain speed and strength under this pressure, what would he be like without the pressure? His abilities would soar. At that time, someone flew over and landed with a boom. A youth appeared before Futian and Yusheng. Duanlan, 8th level Dharma plane. I specialize in martial arts and would like to exchange experiences. The youth gazed at Futian and issued a challenge. Countless eyes from above the gorge looked over. Someone had started already. Futian, 7th level Dharma plane, Futian said, smiling. He wouldn't refuse. Since the disciples of Mount Chong wanted to use him to train, he would use them too. Duanlan stepped back and then charged towards Futian. Each step was extremely heavy and mighty. He soon started running. He seemed to contain horrible strength, filled with wildness. He punched, fist hurling towards Futian with terrifying power. The might and gravity of the training field seemed to be working for him, melding into the powerful punch. His moves flowed like water, not affected at all. Clearly, he'd practiced here many times. A dragon and elephant roared above Futian. Seeing the incoming attack, he stepped out and raised a fist, punching over. He wasn't used to the mightiness and gravity here, so his punch was a bit uncoordinated. It didn't affect his speed or power though. A true dragon and elephant seemed to burst from his fist. The two attacks crashed with a deafening boom. Then Duanlan's fist started shaking. With a grunt he flew back, spitting out blood. So powerful. Duanlan stared at Futian. Futian had Emperor Yiqing's body-enhancing technique. And the 3 life spirits were extremely large divine beasts. He was practically made of steel. One could imagine how powerful he was when adding in the dragon-elephant roar. Boom! Another figure landed. It was Kuashan who climbed up Book Mountain with Futian. He was now cultivating at Mount Chong. His burly body landed before Yusheng. I want to challenge you. Sure. Yusheng nodded. He sprinted forward, creating consecutive booms. Because of the pressure and gravity, his every step seemed extremely heavy, shaking the earth. This sound gave everyone pressure. He gradually sped up and landed explosively before Kuashan with a punch. Accompanied by a huge crash, Kuashan flew back. Many people trembled inwardly. Yusheng's strength was perverted. Many people challenged Futian and Yusheng afterward, and the two defeated them all. They gradually became used to the gravity and their moves became smoother. A group of youths stood above the gorge. What do you think? The one in the center asked. Very strong, the youth beside him answered. Futian must have cultivated a body-enhancing technique. He contains extreme power. Yusheng's burst power is even more terrifying. This is natural-born talent. His body-enhancing technique isn't any weaker. Yes, I heard that Yusheng once lifted and took away the demonic tripod in Chaoga. He probably cultivates the demonic method. The one in the center smiled. You should try. Okay. The one on the side nodded. He stepped out, walking in the air before landing in front of Futian and Yusheng. It's Xiaochu. Everyone's eyes glistened. Xiaochu was in the 1st level Arcana plane, but he specialized in strength. He was born with godly power and was a genius of Mount Chong, ranking in the top 5. He was also Mountain Elder Zongsu's personal disciple. Xiaochu, 1st level Arcana plane. I'm too used to this training field. You two can fight together. Yi Futian had killed Luo Junlin, but this didn't affect Xiaohochu's confidence. They were fighting in the training field. Yu Shang stepped forward, shaking the earth. He roared and shot into the air. His fists came down at Xiaohochu. Xiaohochu looked coldly at him. Power burst around him and he stepped forward as fast as lightning. He rushed at Yu Shang and the two crashed in the air. With a boom, Yu Shang flew back. He skidded backward after landing and almost fell. Xiaohochu landed steadily on his feet. Dark gold light gleamed on Yu Shang's body. He seemed to have a layer of dark gold armor. Horrible demonic might bloomed, turning him into a demonic king. He started sprinting again. Xiaohochu wasn't intimidated. He also ran forward and they crashed again, creating continuous booms. Each crash was terrifyingly strong. Finally, they separated. Xiaohochu's hands trembled. He looked at Yu Shang as if looking at an anomaly. Yu Shang was covered in dark gold light as if a true demon had taken over. Xiaohochu turned and walked to where the weapons were. He took out a huge mace. It was made of white stone, so it was entirely white. He dragged it across the ground, creating screeches. Looking at Yu Shang, he said, "Go get a weapon too." Yu Shang's hands radiated with terrifying dark gold light. He stepped forward. Instead of going to get a weapon, he ran towards Xiaohochu. Seeing this, Xiaohochu waved his mace. Wind roared. When Yu Shang approached, Xiaohochu flew into the air and slammed the mace down, about to split the earth apart. Boom! Yu Shang resisted the mace with his body. There was an earth-shaking force and he flew out. He crashed onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. But he didn't seem affected. He climbed up and wiped the blood away. Yi Futian frowned. He walked to the weapons and picked up a staff. It felt as if he picked up a mountain. The stone staff was long and felt like thousands of pounds. Yi Futian gripped it and yanked it up. He twirled it with difficulty. Now he understood why Xiaohochu could hurt Yu Shang with one hit. The weapon was so heavy that it was shocking. If he could get used to it and fight with such large weapons, his power would be unimaginable. It's useless. You just got here, so you can't be used to wielding such heavy weapons, Xiaohochu said. His confidence was understandable. He was used to the might and gravity of the training field, but Yu Shang and Yi Futian had just arrived. Yi Futian ignored him. He pulled up the staff and started twirling it, going from slow to fast. His moves had a unique rhythm. It sped up bit by bit and felt like it was getting smoother. When the staff swept past, wind whistled around Yi Futian faster and faster. It gradually flowed like water. An extremely large force gathered above him. His noble intent bloomed. A subtle figure of the divine ape appeared. The air popped when the huge stone staff moved, stirring the clouds and wind. Yi Futian went to Xiaohochu, golden wings shining behind him. The world's might seemed to lie with him. Xiaohochu arched an eyebrow. He felt some pressure. A wild aura burst from him. His dharma was a huge demonic ox. When he saw Yi Futian fly over with shocking might, he roared and charged with his mace. The pressure was like a mountain. He burst out with extreme power. With a boom, the mace was shattered by the staff. The staff continued to sweep Xiaohochu's body. With a thud, he was flattened. Blood spurted out and many of his bones were broken. Various figures descended. They supported Xiaohochu and looked coldly at Yi Futian. One stepped out. Challenge. Do the disciples of Mount Chong like going in rounds? Yi Futian mocked coolly. Sorry, I will not accept now. The other stared coldly at him. I'll play with you all after I get used to this training field. Yi Futian turned to Yu Shang. Let's go cultivate. Yu Shang scanned them coolly and left with Yi Futian. Everyone trembled inwardly. Cottage disciples truly were terrifying. They'd just gotten here but defeated Xiaohochu in the Arcana plane, while only being in the 7th level Dharma plane. They would become even more frightening after they got used to the field. Took much time. Yi Futian exercised his physical body and strength. 2 months passed without them realizing. He and Yu Shang could not overlook the gravity and pressure of the training field. Their strength had reached the limit. They could imagine how fast and strong they would be outside the training field. Chapter 316 The Giant with Innate Strength. Chapter 316 The Giant with Innate Strength in the training field. Yi Futian was practicing fist forms. There seemed to be a fantastic rhythm in his postures. He acted unrestrainedly, like an emperor. The dragon's roar, ape's growl, and thunder could be heard in his fists, which made him very mighty. His body moved flexibly like a rock flying in the sky. The strong pressure didn't deter his actions. Finishing the exercise, he lifted his long staff again and began to practice with only his physical strength. Horrible explosions were heard again. He didn't need to gather power for the 9 heavenly attacks. He only needed pure physical strength to wield the staff and control the rhythm. Without the gathering of power, every move was exhausting to Futian. He needed stronger power. With the extremely heavy staff in hand, it was very difficult for him to practice, especially in the training field. However, Futian practiced repeatedly. Sometimes he was forced to stop and there would be a huge explosion in the air. People constantly looked at him. Every blow Futian managed to slash out made him stronger. An invisible power was growing stronger and stronger in a horrible way. While he kept practicing with his staff, some dreadful crackling sounds came from his body. The dragon's roar and thunder became more and more sonorous. His blood seemed to boil crazily in veins. Finally, the sky was shaken by another blow. A stronger momentum appeared above him. His martial arts entered another level, the 8th level Dharma plane. He glanced at Yusheng. Yusheng was looking up at the statues in the midair. A few days ago, Yusheng had made a breakthrough. Observing those statues could help strengthen mentality. This was what Futian taught Yusheng. This training field was the perfect place for martial cultivators to cultivate. What Mountain Elder Zhongsu mastered in was martial arts. But Futian could also practice spiritual energy by virtue of those statues here. Futian put down the stone staff. Staring at those statues, he began to meditate, which made those statues clearer to him. Suddenly, those statues seemed to come to life. Their faces loomed, and an extremely might came down to oppress his mentality. Futian looked very calm. He kept staring at those statues, resisting the might with his mentality. Soon some sweat oozed on his forehead. The mental deterrence was more painful than physical impediment. Futian needed to take a break from time to time. After that, he would practice martial arts again. Finally, after some days, Futian, sitting in the valley, had a breakthrough mentally. Both his martial arts and sorcery entered the 8th level Dharma plane. He was getting closer and closer to the Arcana plane. When he was cultivating in Qingzhou City, the Arcana plane used to be a legend to him. Futian stood up and stepped forward with the staff in his hand. He looked up at the edges of the valley and announced loudly, "Anyone of the lower Arcana plane would like to have a battle? I am waiting here." His voice could be heard throughout the whole training field. Countless eyes fell upon Futian. Was he finally going to accept the challenges? 2 months ago, Futian defeated Xiahou Chu. After that, everyone wanted to challenge him. At this time, he was still in the Dharma plane but wanted to challenge cultivators in the lower Arcana plane. Futian was so audacious. The lower Arcana plane included levels from the 1st to the 3rd. In the sky, a man stood proudly and looked at Futian. Walked to above the gorge, attracting everyone's attention with his burly body. His short hair made him look very vigorous. He was Mo Bei, a strong cultivator in the 2nd level Arcana plane. "Senior brother Mo." Many people exclaimed. Mo Bei was an excellent disciple of Mount Chong. He swooped to the ground with a shocking oppressive force. Futian looked up at the comber and felt extreme pressure, as if it was a mountain coming to him instead of a person. Boom! White light dazzled. Mo Bei's legs trampled down like 2 towering mountains, seeming to crush everything beneath his feet. Futian raised his head. His long staff began to spin. The might grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, a horrible windstorm formed, seemingly because of the spinning staff. The hideous might pervaded the space. Spirit in the natural world all gathered here. Futian clutched the staff and slashed at the descending Mo Bei. For an instant, the long staff spun and soared like a dragon while Mo Bei was like a noble statue, treading and crushing everything. When the two collided, a sonorous explosion sound was heard everywhere. Mountains broke down and stones exploded. Mo Bei's body was thrown up high in the sky, faster than how he had come. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and then fell down like a parachute. Somebody flew out to carry the badly hurt man. Mo spat out more blood and his face was very pale. The frightened people trembled. They didn't expect Mo, who descended with such extreme oppressive force, would be defeated so miserably. Who else? Futian erected his staff by his side and looked up at those people like a king. The might in the valley remained still, but Futian was not disturbed at all. He had been practicing physical strength in the training field. His physique had become very strong. His long staff weighed several tons. Every blow he slashed out gathered all the power. People could imagine how strong he was. In this bout, Futian in the 8th level Dharma plane defeated Mo, a strong cultivator of the 2nd Arcana plane, so easily. Mo was hit squarely by Futian's staff. How could he bear it? Futian's voice rang throughout the gorge, threatening all the cultivators. They all stared at that handsome figure. The disciples cultivating on the Mount Chong were very indignant. This was their place, but Futian made it his own stage. However, Mo was defeated. Very few people in the lower Arcana plane here could defeat Futian. Right at this time, a straight-backed figure descended. With an explosive sound, the whole training field shook. All the spectators trembled too. They looked down at the valley and saw a large figure standing there like a giant. Looking at the figure, Futian was greatly surprised. He had never seen anyone with a larger body than this man. Yushang was burly enough, but this man was even taller than Yushang. He was covered in muscles and stood there like a mountain. Tu Ling is going to fight? People were all amazed by this scene. They turned to a young spectator who folded his hands behind. The young man was the direct disciple of Mountain Elder Zhongsu, Zhong Lihen, who was the number 1 among those disciples on Mount Chong. He was in the noble plane, was very talented. Tu Ling was the disciple of Mountain Elder Zhongsu too, but he only followed Zhong Lihen's order. Obviously, Tu Ling's appearance was arranged by him. Zhong Lihen stood there with his hands folded behind. He knew how strong Tu Ling was. He had the strongest physical strength on Mount Chong. Futian challenged the status of Mount Chong. Zhong Lihen believed that Tu Ling was going to let others know how powerful the Mount Chong was. Tu Ling's large body made him look like a muscle mountain. He went aside to fetch a very hideous stone hammer, then treaded toward Futian. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He began to run quickly with his large body. Every step he made shook the valley. Futian felt a fierce pressure from the rival. He wielded his staff again and his body spun. A stunning hit was prepared for Tu Ling. Tu Ling pounded Futian's long staff with his stone hammer. The hammer and staff collided. Bang! A sonorous sound was heard everywhere. Futian was forced back. He twirled his staff again, wanting to collect strength, but Tu Ling came up with another pound. With a loud sound, Futian's body was thrown away. The long staff supported him so that he didn't fall down. 3rd level Arcana plane, you have an inborn strength. Futian looked at Tu Ling. He was a monster like Yushang. Bang bang. Tu Ling treaded toward him step by step. Futian stood up. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward him. It was Yushang. With a long lance in hand, Yushang descended like a demon and rushed toward Tu Ling. Tu Ling clutched his hammer with both hands and smashed down heavily. Yushang was instantly thrown away by the strong force. Such explosive strength. Futian stared at the rival. Tu Ling stood there like one of those statues in the sky. He had an innate large body and power. Tu Ling was much stronger than Luo Junlin. People above the valley were watching this battle. They were not surprised. If someone in the Arcana plane could defeat Futian, it must be Tu Ling. Mountain Elder Zhongsu once said that Tu Ling's strength was stronger than anyone else he had ever seen. However, Tu Ling was not very smart. Bang! Tu Ling stepped toward Futian again. Looking at that large body, Futian yelled, "Hey big guy!" Tu Ling stopped walking, but his face grew fiercer as if he was going to swallow Futian up. "Your strength is not bad. What's your name?" Tu Ling glared and treaded toward him. His every step shook the ground. Another pound by the hammer came, but Futian escaped. He sprang up into the sky and stared at the big guy. Tu Ling looked up at Futian. His eyes told of his extreme anger. Another attack was sent out. Futian kept evading the attacks. He didn't intend to confront Tu Ling directly. People became curious. It was a very smart choice to not fight directly. There was a huge difference in level between Tu Ling and him. Even if they were in the same plane, Tu Ling's strength was incomparable. What a tough guy! Yi Futian exclaimed, seeing Tu Ling glaring at him. Dodge? Is that all you can do? Tu Ling spoke in his deep voice. In a battle, strength is not everything. I have hundreds of ways to defeat you, but I appreciate your strength, so I don't want to hurt you. Yi Futian had encountered many other talents, but Tu Ling was the first one he had met whose strength could be compared with Yu Shang's. People were made speechless by his words. Yi Futian was forced to dodge in such an embarrassing way. How dare he say something ridiculous like this? Chapter 317. The Qin Dynasty's Proposal of Marriage. Chapter 317. The Qin Dynasty's Proposal of Marriage. Tu Ling stared at Yi Futian with his big eyes. He jumped up and wielded his hammer at Yi Futian. Swathed by a gust of spiritual qi, Yi Futian stepped forward. In an instant, multiple illusory figures appeared around him. Tu Ling's hammer hit those illusory figures. Suddenly, with a loud explosion, a long staff slashed down on him. Tu Ling roared and turned around. He threw his hammer out again, but all he saw were multiple layers of Yi Futian's illusory figures. Bang bang bang. Within a short period of time, Tu Ling was hit more than 10 times. He fell down on the ground but wasn't wounded. He glared at that figure in the air. You just can't hurt me. Tu Ling stared at Yi Futian maliciously. Try this. Yi Futian's body spun and rose up above the valley. He came down to those stone statues and danced in the air. For a moment, the power and pressure contained in those statues were gathered by his waving staff and converged to his body, making him stronger and stronger. Yi Futian lowered his head and looked down at Tu Ling beneath. Then his body rushed down at Tu Ling with lightning speed. Seeing the figure falling from the sky, Tu Ling felt like those statues were alive. The statue's deterrent force entered Yi Futian's body, making him look like a god descending from the sky. The heavy staff, 1,000 times heavier by the gravity spell, chopped down. The air shrieked and a line of light appeared in the air. Feeling the strong power, Tu Ling trembled a little. He roared with anger and wielded his hammer toward the sky. Bang! There was a loud collision. Tu Ling's hammer was cleaved. He closed eyes. The earth was shaking, but he didn't get hurt. He opened his eyes and found that the long staff had brushed past his shoulder. Yi Futian ascended into the sky and smiled. You are strong, but you can't win with only strength. This is your fatal weakness. Keep working. Then he turned to Yu Shang and said, Let's go. Yu Shang also flew up and went with Yi Futian. Lulan Shui had already left. Around the training field, many people still looked at that fading figure with some surprise. His last blow seemingly borrowed the deterrent force from those statues above the valley, and was very formidable. If Tu Ling really got hit, he would very possibly have died. When Yi Futian and Yu Shang returned the cottage, it happened to be lunchtime. Lulan Shui prepared the table diligently. Yi Futian wasn't used to this. Junior Yi, Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu are your good friends, right? Luo Fan asked. Yi Futian was confused about his question but nodded and said, Yes, we are very good friends. Things in the Eastern Barren Territory are a little bit different now. Recently, the Qin dynasty has been very active, Luo Fan continued. Yi Futian felt something ominous and asked, Is there anything to do with Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu? After returning from the Nandu Nation, Chu Yaoyao of the Moon Clan directly went to the Dongqing College for cultivation. Her romantic relationship with Qin Li is said to be confirmed. Besides, the Qin dynasty also established diplomatic relations with the Royal Xian Temple and the Fuyun Sword Clan. The two forces all have sent some disciples to Dongqing College for cultivation. Luo Fan continued slowly. When the Dongqing College was found, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan persuaded many forces' disciples to cultivate there. It is very popular now. Not long ago, the Qin dynasty claimed that they would go to the Lu kingdom for a marriage proposal. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of the Qin emperor, will marry Lu Qinyu, the princess of Lu kingdom. Yi Futian's hand with chopsticks froze. His eyes turned cold. The Qin dynasty was really officious. What do they want? Yi Futian asked coldly. They hadn't mentioned the marriage to the Lu kingdom officially. How could they just directly claim to the public this news before the Lu kingdom made its response? Obviously, they want to dominate the Eastern Barren Territory, Shui Yi responded. The The Qin dynasty has always regarded the college as the biggest rivalry. That means they think the college will be the biggest obstruction for Emperor Qin to dominate the territory. They once invited the college and the cottage. If the college and the cottage had agreed, the three top forces could absolutely dominate the Eastern Barren territory. But we rejected, so they hurried to join hands with other forces so the college and the cottage would be isolated and easier to be defeated. Luo Fan continued. The Qin dynasty finally revealed their true purpose. Will the king of the Lu kingdom agree with the marriage? Yi Futian asked. We have no idea. Luo Fan and Shui Yi shook their heads. Couldn't be so easy. Yi Futian's good mood was disturbed by this news. One reason was the romantic relationship between Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu. Besides, he wouldn't be willing to see Lu Qinyu marry someone from the Qin dynasty. However, from his stance it seemed that it was none of his business. The cottage had no reason to stop this either. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu were indeed his good friends. They were the prince and princess of the Lu kingdom, but they couldn't decide Lu Qinyu's marriage. Yi Futian didn't want to continue lunch anymore. It was not only the college, but all of Eastern Barren territory heard about the news, causing a sensation. The top forces of the Eastern Barren territory especially knew that Yi Futian and Lu Qinyu were very close. The Lu kingdom even allowed Yi Futian's group to ride its rock when visiting the Nandu nation. Therefore, when the Qin dynasty announced its future relationship with the Lu kingdom, everyone was surprised. A few days later, the Qin dynasty announced the exact date they would go to the Lu kingdom for the proposal. The news rattled the Eastern Barren territory again. In the courtyard the Lu kingdom's imperial palace, a middle-aged figure in a dragon robe sat silently, resting his eyes. Soon two figures walked to the sitting figure and bowed. Father. The two were Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu. What's the matter? Emperor Lu asked with his eyes closed. Father, the Qin dynasty is very treacherous. We can't let them take Qinyu away, said Lu Feiyang. The Qin dynasty had announced the date and he was very worried. The Qin dynasty sent a secret ambassador to visit me. What I was told was that Qin Yuan, the youngest son of Emperor Qin, wants to marry Qinyu. But Qinyu won't live in the Qin dynasty. Instead, Qin Yuan will come to our kingdom and live here. Where they lived could make things totally different. If Lu Qinyu went to the Qin dynasty, she was the hostage. Vice versa, if Qin Yuan lived in the Lu kingdom, he would be the hostage. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of Emperor Qin, was very talented. His mother was Emperor Qin's favorite concubine. Everyone knew that Qin Yuan was the emperor's favorite son. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu were also stunned by the news. The Qin dynasty had sent a secret ambassador here? And Qin Yuan was going to live here? How treacherous Emperor Qin was. Father, you agreed? Lu Feiyang asked. I neither agreed nor rejected them, Emperor Lu answered. Father, even if Qinyu doesn't have to go to the Qin dynasty, but you know the Qin dynasty. Everyone knows their wild ambition. If the Qin dynasty manages to dominate the whole Eastern Barren territory, our kingdom will only be a nation in name. Even though the Qin dynasty is going to be the dominator, they still need someone to govern places, Emperor Lu said. The Qin dynasty promised that no matter what, the Lu kingdom won't be replaced. It doesn't matter whether Qin Yuan is going to live here or not. The Lu kingdom and the Qin dynasty are allies. No need to worry. Father, do you believe that? Lu Feiyang asked. Is there any difference? Emperor Lu opened his eyes and looked at his children. Do you know why the Qin dynasty suddenly established the Dongqing College and revealed its ambition? Lu Feiyang shook his head. I heard that the Qin dynasty has found and opened the grave of the Qin dynasty's ancestors. You should know that the ancestors of the Qin dynasty used to be the dominator of the Eastern Barren territory. As a ruler of a kingdom, Emperor Lu needed to consider what would happen if he agreed to this marriage, and what the aftermath would be if he said no. The Qin dynasty had sent a secret ambassador before announcing to the public. They respected him enough to let him choose between friend or foe. Lu Feiyang looked uncomfortable. He asked, Father, are you willing to be subordinate to the Qin dynasty? All the top forces know the Qin dynasty's true purpose. Why still choose to cooperate? He couldn't understand all of this. Feiyang, the world will be united after a long time of division, and divided after a long time of solidarity. This is the inevitable rule. Once the balance breaks, The Eastern Barren Territory will definitely be united by a power that could override any other forces. Emperor Lu sighed. Sometimes one could only conform to the trend. But there are the cottage and the college. Lu Feiyang didn't give up. You are too naive. Emperor Lu looked at his son and continued. Do you know the cottage? Do you know what they want? Lu Feiyang looked at his father without response. He did not know the cottage very well. He only knew that it was a miraculous place. The Sword Saint, the first disciple of the cottage, is famous enough for he is the founder of the Sword Saint Mountain, Emperor Lu said. Now third disciple Gudong Lu is also known to all because of that battle. In Chaoga City, everyone witnessed the second disciple's ability. Let me ask you a question. If the second and third disciples of the cottage go out, will there be 2 more Sword Saint Mountains? Lu Feiyang was stunned. He suddenly found that his father saw a much bigger picture than he did. Moreover, the cottage has a 4th and 5th disciple, as well as your good friend Yi Futian. You all know his talent now. When those people improve, no one in the whole Eastern Territory will be able to stop the cottage. Lu Feiyang was speechless. His father was telling the truth. But the cottage doesn't want to dominate anything. Lu Feiyang wasn't convinced yet. Indeed, the cottage doesn't want to be the dominator. But they want to build a different Eastern Barren Territory, Emperor Lu murmured, looking up at the sky. Mr. Du of the cottage is a strange man. Chapter 318 Lowly Man. Chapter 318. Lowly Man. Mr. Du of the cottage was naturally a legendary man. Even if he really couldn't cultivate, as rumored, he was still a legendary man if he could build a place like the cottage. In the Eastern Barren Territory, there were many rumors about him, but only very few truly knew him. His location was always mysterious. It was rumored that the disciples of the cottage often couldn't find him, let alone people of the other forces. As for what he wanted to do, Lu Feiyang didn't know. His father claimed that Mr. Du wanted to create a different Eastern Barren Territory. This confused him more. The Qin dynasty is planning for the world and targeting the college and cottage, Emperor Lu said. Only they are the matches of the Qin dynasty. The Eastern Barren Territory has come to a turn. Under this situation, the only thing we can do is choose an option. As the ruler of the Lu Kingdom, these words may seem to underestimate him. However, he understood that the top forces all knew the region was about to change. They knew since the Dongqing College was established. Otherwise, the Donghua clan, Moon clan, Royal Xian Temple, Futian Sword clan, and other forces wouldn't go cultivate in the Dongqing College. The Qin dynasty had just given them a reason to choose it. Now the Qin dynasty was giving the Lu Kingdom a reason to choose them. If we must choose, I would rather choose the cottage. Lu Chenyu, who had stayed silent, looked to her father. Her pretty eyes were resolute. The Qin dynasty's proposal was a catastrophe for her. Emperor Lu gazed at his daughter. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu had always been the 2 children he loved. He didn't want to hurt Lu Chenyu, but she didn't seem to understand him. There was a clear difference between the Qin dynasty and cottage. The Qin dynasty created the Dongqing College, targeted Yi Futian, married the Moon clan, used the conflict between the cottage and Royal Xian Temple to get close to the latter, and used the rivalry between the Sword Saint and the Futian Sword clan to ally with the latter. Now it was proposing to the Lu Kingdom. They would use any tactic to achieve their goal. That was the Qin dynasty. The cottage was just and moral. If they chose the Qin dynasty, the cottage wouldn't do anything to them unless provoked. But would the Qin dynasty just give up if they chose the cottage? Furthermore, the cottage didn't even think of allying with other forces. He didn't know what the consequences for rejecting the Qin dynasty would be. Chenyu, do you have feelings for someone else? Emperor Lu asked. Lu Chenyu looked up, her dark eyes gazing at her father. After a pause, a figure appeared in her mind. Did she like him? She couldn't help but think of many memories. They first met in the ancient barren world. Yi Futian had forced them to be together. It had been like that every time after that, and she gradually got used to it like it was the norm. She thought of the Kangyi kingdom. The 2 had strolled by the river, the sky filled with fireworks. That scene had been too beautiful. If she married into the Qin dynasty, married their youngest prince Qinyuan. Thinking of this, she suddenly smiled. She understood her heart. The figure that had somehow been planted into her mind was the one she liked. Yes. Lu Chenyu nodded. Yi Futian of the cottage? Emperor Lu asked. I heard that his girlfriend is Hua Jieyu from the Moon Clan. Clearly Emperor Lu had mistaken Lu Chenyu's lover for Yi Futian. After all, he'd heard that Lu Feiyong and Lu Chenyu often hung out with Yi Futian. He was also so extraordinary. Compared to him, Yi Wuchen was more subtle. This was why Emperor Lu would misunderstand. No. Lu Chenyu shook her head. No? Emperor Lu was surprised. Who is it? Lu Chenyu lowered her head and didn't reply. She could sense from her father's words that the Lu kingdom bore great pressure for this proposal. If the cottage wanted to fight, they might be able to fight against the Qin dynasty. But Yi Wuchen wasn't a disciple of the cottage. He cultivated in the Futian sword clan but couldn't even represent them. He was only a swordsman of the 7th summit. How would her father choose now? Seeing Lu Chenyu's expression, Emperor Lu sighed inwardly. In that case, I will send out invitations for all young prides to come to our kingdom. They will be here for the Qin dynasty's marriage proposal. Lu Chenyu froze. She vaguely understood her father's intentions. The Lu kingdom quickly sent invitations to all top forces, inviting their strong cultivators to come visit. Many people didn't understand. Was he planning on accepting or refusing? But no matter what, they were willing to witness the Qin dynasty's proposal. This event would cause a stir. Once the marriage was successful, the Qin dynasty's force would be even more terrible, taking up half of the Eastern Barren territory. At the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan, Yi Wuchen was anxious. He couldn't calm his mind and his cultivation was affected. He knew about the Qin dynasty's proposal. Every top force was talking about it. He would know about even if he didn't want to. Some people from the 1st summit purposely leaked the information to the 7th summit. They'd personally seen that Lu Chenyu and Yi Wuchen was close. Li Daoyun, who had liked Lu Chenyu, had also died in Yi Wuchen's hands. Many of the 1st summit guessed that this was one of the reasons why Yi Wuchen killed Li Daoyun. At this moment, Yi Wuchen stood alone on the summit, gazing at the sea of clouds. Footsteps sounded behind him. Swordsman, the Comer said. The Lu kingdom has sent invitations for everyone to visit the Lu kingdom. Yi Wuchen turned to look. It was the man he'd ordered to pay attention to the Lu kingdom's news. Other than that, the Lu kingdom also sent a letter. The man walked over to hand the letter to Yi Wuchen. It was marked to be only for the eyes of Yi Wuchen of the Futian sword clan's 7th summit. The handwriting was elegant, as if written by a girl. Yi Wuchen ripped it open and took out the piece of paper inside. The writing on the white paper was the same elegant font. Can you come? They were 3 very simple words. After seeing it, Yi Wuchen folded the letter and put it away. He gazed at the sea of clouds, a smile in his eyes. These 3 words expressed her feelings. He understood. Since he understood, he would go. In the cottage, Yi Futian also received the message from the Lu kingdom and thought that Wuchen would probably go. Yi Futian and Yu Shang rode the Black Wind Eagle down the mountain. Second senior sister had Lu Lan Shui follow. They first went to the Guqin Gardens and then brought Silver One towards the Lu kingdom. The kingdom was in the east of the Eastern Barren territory. There were 2 top forces here. The Lu kingdom and the Futian sword clan. The vast kingdom controlled boundless land and its control of their territory was stronger than all except the Qin dynasty. However, what decided a top force's strength wasn't their control of the territory. Instead, it was the strength of those at the tip of the pyramid. Why could the 8 disciples of the cottage shake the entire Eastern Barren territory? It was because they had a few extremely powerful disciples. The imperial city of the Lu kingdom instantly grew lively. Strong cultivators of the top forces all arrived. Those from all over the Lu kingdom also gathered in the imperial city to witness the Qin dynasty's proposal. Yi Futian's group didn't head to the palace immediately after arriving. Instead, they went to a restaurant for a meal. All sorts of people frequented restaurants and were great places to get news. Right now, the restaurant they were in had many people discussing the proposal. I heard that Qin Yuan of the Qin dynasty came early yesterday. Is it true? Of course. Not only is he here, but Princess Qin Mengrua, Qian Shanmu of the Donghua clan, Qin Li, and many others also came as well. After Qin Yuan arrived yesterday, he visited 8 lords in the palace in one day. He's very mannered. It seems that the Qin dynasty has put much consideration into this. There is news today that Lord Kong is very satisfied with Qin Yuan, even praising him that he's like a dragon. He clearly approves of the wedding. Qin Yuan is the son of Emperor Qin and his beloved concubine Nan. Concubine Nan is a famous beauty of the Qin dynasty. Apparently, Qin Yuan inherited the good points of his parents. He's extremely handsome and extraordinary in every aspect. If the Qin dynasty is genuine, Princess Qinyu will not be disappointed. While everyone discussed, many people gazed unconsciously at Yi Futian, Lulan Shui, and the others. There was no reason other than that Yi Futian was a pretty boy and Lulan Shui, with her silver hair and eyes, was an icy beauty. They were both rare species. Yi Futian made a face. What were they looking at him for? Maybe you are the Prince of Qin? Someone asked jokingly. Do you think I look like him? Yi Futian asked in reply. Haha, no. If you were the prince, I would see the others as well. Even though you have a nice temperament, something seems to be lacking. Indeed, he is lacking a royal aura, someone joked. I'm just kidding. Please do not feel offended. You two can't be compared. He thought that Yi Futian wouldn't feel offended to be compared to Qin Yuan. Indeed, they cannot be compared. Qin isn't qualified, a cold voice said. It was Yu Shang. As soon as he spoke, the entire restaurant quieted down, everyone looking at him. Qin isn't qualified? This guy really dared to speak his mind. Since he had the courage, he must be powerful. Could this group be from another top force? But even a top force couldn't dare to say Qin Yuan wasn't qualified to be compared to them, right? Yi Futian shot a look at Yu Shang. With his temper, they couldn't stay in the restaurant anymore. Let's go. Yi Futian rose and turned to leave. Who are you? You sound too confident, a voice called. Yi Futian stopped at the door. I feel quite insulted to be compared to those lowly people from the Qin dynasty. Chapter 319 All Here. Chapter 319. All here. Countless gazes fell on Yi Futian's back. Even if he was from a top force, he was being too disrespectful by calling the Qin dynasty lowly in public, right? Thinking of what had happened at Chaoga City, they were close to figuring out this youth's identity. In the Eastern Barren Territory, only disciples from one place could be so arrogant and think that the Qin dynasty didn't qualify to be compared to them. It was the cottage, of course. And other than Yi Futian, which other young disciple came down from the mountain? I didn't think I would be able to meet the 8th disciple of the cottage while drinking here today, someone said, putting their hands up to greet him. The cottage and Qin dynasty has always been at odds. Mr. Yi is exaggerating a bit by calling all of the Qin dynasty as lowly, someone else said. When Qin Yuan entered the imperial city, he was extremely mannered and visited the lords. Many lords had great impressions of him and praised him. How can he be lowly? His voice was calm. Since he knew who Yi Futian was, he wouldn't be too impolite. He just wanted to hear Yi Futian explain his comment on the Qin dynasty. Did he like Princess Lu Qinyu too? Qin Mengrua of the Qin dynasty has married below her rank to the Donghua clan, Yi Futian said indifferently. Qin Li, the grandson of the emperor, is also pursuing Chu Yao. Now, Qin Yuan is proposing to the Lu kingdom. Do they want to have marriage alliances with all of the Eastern Barren Territory? Qin Yuan does not know Lu Qinyu at all but made such a commotion. Has anyone thought of how Lu Qinyu will feel? Entering the imperial city and visiting the lords. Is he preparing for when he comes to live in the Lu kingdom? Yi Futian's voice turned cold. If these actions aren't lowly, then how would you describe them? With that, he began walking out of the restaurant. Clearly, he was upset with this marriage. He would do his best to destroy it. The people who heard him were shocked. Everyone knew how powerful the Qin dynasty was. Thus, the people of the Lu kingdom were happy to see the alliance between the two parties. However, they also knew a bit about the Qin dynasty's ambition. Hearing Yi Futian's words, other ideas appeared in their minds. Indeed, the Qin dynasty was being too active recently, allying with each force. It was clear what they were planning. Of course, they were more shocked by the last sentence. Entering the imperial city and visiting the lords. Is he preparing for when he comes to live in the Lu kingdom? This phrase was accusatory. Who of the lords Qin Yuan visited would dare to support him now? Were they thinking of betraying? The cottage disciples were indeed extraordinarily talented. Their words were sharp as well. What happened at the restaurant quickly spread throughout the palace. Many people were shocked that Yi Futian had arrived in the imperial city and publicly disapproved of the marriage. They didn't know if this was the cottage's attitude or Yi Futian's own. Yi Futian had publicly called the Qin dynasty lowly. He'd offended them, and the people wondered how the Qin dynasty would react. Something else was strange. Lord Kong had praised Qin Yuan to be like a dragon. He clearly supported the marriage. But with Yi Futian's words, he felt ashamed now. The other lords didn't dare speak up for Qin Yuan anymore. However, this didn't seem to affect Qin Yuan. News quickly spread that he continued to visit the lords. Someone asked him why. Qin Yuan claimed that the descendants of the Qin dynasty were mannered and cultured. When asked about his thoughts on Yi Futian's words, he said that he wouldn't speak about someone behind their back. Many complimented Qin Yuan's reply for being classy. Others thought that he was virtually fighting with Yi Futian. Yi Futian suspected Qin Yuan's actions while he just said he was visiting the lords out of politeness. Yi Futian called the Qin dynasty lowly, while Qin Yuan said he wouldn't speak behind Yi Futian's back. Many in the Lu kingdom praised his perfect response. Lord Kong stepped out again, claiming that he'd met Qin Yuan, won over by his classiness. He thought highly of the junior but nothing else. As for the comments of lowly people, he didn't care. Yi Futian seemed to have lost in this virtual fight. Of course, some also turned up their noses at Qin Yuan's response. When Yi Futian had only been famous in the ancient barren world, Qin Li had publicly commented on him. The Dongqing College hadn't been established at that time. Yi Futian and the Qin dynasty hadn't had any conflicts either. Now that Qin Yuan was claiming that he wouldn't speak about others behind their backs to show the classiness of the Qin dynasty, it was a bit not genuine. This made people suspect that Yi Futian would also pursue Lu Chenyu. But Yi Futian had a girlfriend who was rumored to be cultivating at the Moon Clan. If he pursued Lu Chenyu now, would Emperor Lu agree? Yi Futian ignored all the talk about him. He'd experienced the fakeness of the Qin dynasty long ago. After learning that a disciple from the Royal Xian Temple entered the Dongqing College to cultivate, he began suspecting that the Qin dynasty had taken part in the assassination at Chaoga City. Second senior sister had arrived and destroyed the gate of the Dongqing College. Why would the Qin dynasty swallow everything and cooperate with the cottage to find the culprit? Were they truly so weak? Looking at the entire plan, it seemed that the Qin dynasty was ruling over the entire world already. Qin Yuan had displayed a great demeanor, but he'd also learned the pretense of the Qin dynasty. Of course, Yi Futian didn't reply indirectly again. There was no need. He'd already expressed his attitude. Lu Feiyang came to the inn Yi Futian was staying at. "How are things?" Yi Futian asked after seeing Lu Feiyang. Furrowing his brows, Lu Feiyang shook his head. He wasn't clear either. "What is Emperor Lu's attitude?" Yi Futian asked. The one who could truly decide this was still Lu Feiyang's father. Before Qin Yuan came, the Qin dynasty already sent a secret ambassador to see my father, Lu Feiyang said. He said that Qin Yuan would marry into the Lu kingdom. No matter what happens in the future, the Lu kingdom's status won't change. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. It turned out that the Qin dynasty had already planned everything. This proposal carries a lot of weight, Lu Feiyang said. Naturally, Yi Futian knew that since Lu Feiyang was here, he really placed great importance on friendships and disapproved of this. He wasn't thinking from the perspective of the Lu kingdom's interest. They were friends, but it would be understandable if Lu Feiyang, as a prince of the Lu kingdom, cut off all ties with him. What level is the Lu kingdom's power? Yi Futian asked. It wasn't really his place to ask, but he did so anyway. Lu Feiyang understood him, of course. According to my father, the Qin dynasty might have found and activated their ancestors' tombs. My father estimates that there is a great difference in power. Of all the top forces, only the three in the center were the strongest: the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and the college. The others were all a bit weaker. If the Qin dynasty reactivated the ancestors' tombs, it would be terrifying. Yi Futian's brows knitted. One's power determined one's confidence. If the Lu kingdom didn't fear the Qin dynasty's power, they could do as they wished. Chenyu revealed to me that she has feelings for Wuxian. This would have been great news in the past, but now, Lu Feiyang said. If Wuqian had your status, he could fight for her. But he's only a swordsman from the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. Disciples from the 1st summit have gone to cultivate at the Dongqing College. It's highly possible that they will become allies. Under this situation, it is difficult for Wuqian to compete with Qin Yuan. I'm a bit worried. He didn't feel good about this. He didn't expect the Qin dynasty would propose so suddenly. Ever since Qin Yu was given the title of crown prince, the Qin dynasty started taking huge strides forward. They were becoming more and more powerful. The Lu kingdom was under great pressure, and he feared his father would choose to sacrifice Lu Qinyu. I hope His Majesty won't agree, Yi Futian murmured. This was the Lu kingdom's matters. He couldn't interfere and could only try his best. In the beginning, he jokingly pushed Lu Qinyu and Yi Wuqian together. If they really had mutual feelings, he couldn't just sit and watch Lu Qinyu marry Qin Yuan. People from the various top forces gradually arrived at the imperial city. The Qin dynasty had visited all the important figures and expressed their attitude. Finally, the day of the marriage proposal was here. Today, guards stood in order outside a place inside the palace. A group came from afar on the golden road outside the palace. The person at the front wore a golden robe. His long hair was tied up. He had handsome features and a pair of bright eyes. He had a slight smile and looked really mesmerizing. Indeed, he could be a flower boy. This was Qin Yuan, youngest son of Emperor Qin. Today he was the star. Beside him were Qin Mengrua, Qian Shanmo, Qin Li, Chu Yao and the others. They were all extraordinary while the girls were even more beautiful. 2 of the 3 beauties appeared together. This group also signified something else. Qian Shanmo and Chu Yaoyao were respectively from the Donghua clan and Moon clan. Appearing with Qin Yuan, this added more to the proposal. Qian Shamu was obvious. The Donghua clan had already announced to ally with the Qin dynasty. But was Chu Yaoyao here as Qin Li's girlfriend or the virgin of the Moon clan? Another group flew over quickly and landed outside the palace. In the distance, a group of swordsmen came in the air with whistling sword aura. They also landed near the palace. In the distant crowd, many people walked towards the palace. They were all from the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory and had all arrived. Emperor Lu had invited people from all over for the proposal. They naturally wouldn't miss this event. This could very possibly show the direction of the Eastern Barren Territory's future. Chapter 320. The Proposal. Chapter 320. The proposal. Yi Futian had arrived. A line of swordsmen descended beside him. It was Yi Wuqian's group. You are here. Yi Futian smiled at Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian nodded slightly with a comparatively serious look. He looked at the palace behind, having no idea about how his story would end. What if he couldn't make it? The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty in front of them stopped and turned to Yi Futian's group, seeming to wait for them. Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian's eyes fell upon one among this group. It was a very handsome guy they had never met before. He must be the groom in this proposal, Qin Yuan, the youngest son of Emperor Qin. Qin Yuan was as young as little Princess Qin Mengrua and Qin Li, the grandson of Emperor Qin. While observing Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian, Qin Yuan smiled at Yi Futian and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Qin Yuan. I heard your name a lot, Yi Futian." "Really?" Yi Futian smiled too and said, "But I don't know you." A few days ago, the two had had a fierce conversation in the air. Now Qin Yuan could still smile and greet Yi Futian in a typical Qin dynasty style. He was really hypocritical. In all of Eastern Barren Territory, the Qin dynasty was the one that wanted to eliminate the cottage the most. Never mind, we know each other now. We can communicate more. Qin Yuan still smiled. I am not interested in that. Yi Futian moved forward. Seeing Yi Futian's group walking away, Qin Yuan smiled. Was that the cottage style? Qin Li's eyes flickered. It would not be so easy for Yi Futian to stop this marriage. Let's go. The people of the Qin dynasty moved forward too. The guards guarding the palace gate backed aside, letting them in. All forces were guided forward in the mighty palace. Coming to the golden stairs before the imperial palace, they walked up step by step and saw a golden dragon-shaped path leading to the throne. Many people were waiting there. They were all the Lu Kingdom's important men. It was the Qin dynasty's proposal day. The Lu kingdom invited all forces to be the guests. The Lu kingdom's nobilities would naturally attend. There was a slope in the front decorated with a painting of a dancing golden dragon in the center. Besides the slope were stairs leading to the golden throne above. Obviously, this was where Emperor Lu was going to sit later. He was not here at this time. Lu kingdom's nobilities all looked at the coming guests. Except for those guards, most were famous among the young generation. They discussed with smiles. It is good to see so many young talents of the Eastern Barren territory, a magnate said and smiled. Those young talents here must be the future of the Eastern Barren territory. They chatted casually while observing. The most eye-catching people should be Qin Yuan's group. They were very outstanding, including Qin Yuan, Qin Li, Qin Mengrua, Qian Shanmu, as well as Chu Yao. Everyone in this group could be seen as a top talent among the young generation. Some people were looking at Yi Futian's group, guessing which force they came from. Soon they roughly knew the answer by judging their appearances and auras. Some eyes fell upon Yi Futian. They knew who he was. Beside this handsome and decorous youth was another bulky man. Obviously, it could only be Yi Futian and Yu Shang. The one-armed swordsman by his side should be Yi Wuchen from the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. The woman with silver hair and eyes must be the one from ancient Lulan who was sent to the cottage. Ancient Lulan showed their ambition in occupying a place in the Eastern Barren territory too. Yi Futian was their bet in this gamble. At this moment, Qin Yuan came up to bow toward those nobilities in a very humble manner. Many of the noble elders all responded with smiles and praised the humbleness of the Qin dynasty's prince. If the Qin dynasty's prince and our princess are going to marry each other, it will be a very romantic story, said someone. People pretended not to hear this man's public approval of the marriage. They kept chatting and laughing. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen looked at those people with indifference. It seemed that Qin Yuan's effort in visiting around these days helped him a lot. No one knew what the conversations between Qin Yuan and those noble men were about, but it seemed that they were getting along very well with each other. As for Yi Wuchen, he was neither good at social kind of things, nor was he as hypocritical as the Qin dynasty. Qin Li's group stood near Yi Futian. Qin Li looked at him and smiled. Brother Yi, I heard that you have some complaints about our proposal. Why did you defame us? Defame? Yi Futian stared at Qin Li. He did say that the Qin dynasty was vile, but was that defamation? Qin Li knew what Yi Futian meant. He kept smiling and said, the cottage and the Qin dynasty are at odds, so I understand your complaint. Brother Yi, I heard that you and Princess Chenyu are good friends. My uncle is here for the proposal. Shouldn't you be happy for her? Yes, we are good friends. That's why I won't let her marry a hypocrite, Yi Futian responded coldly. You played the mutual affection thing. It's your business, but don't play that trick on others. By the way, don't call me Brother Yi. I am not your brother. Obviously, he was alluding to Qin Li's affair with Chu Yaoyao. Chu Yaoyao glanced at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She was still mild and charming. Qin Li sneered. Let's wait and see. I am sure Emperor Lu won't refuse such a good proposal. Lord Yi. At this moment someone laughed charmingly. Yi Futian turned around and saw the witch Gu Biyue and her brother Gu Zhiqiu coming together with some strong cultivators from the witch clan. Long time no see. Lord Yi has another beauty around. Gu Biyue looked at Lulan Shui with a smile. She had met Lulan Shui in the ancient barren world. Do you want to join us? Yi Futian laughed. I'd like to, but my brother won't allow me. I'll have to wait for another chance to serve you. Gu Biyue smirked at Gu Zhiqiu behind her. Gu Zhiqiu and Yi Futian glanced at each other quickly and looked away. Yi Futian didn't care about Gu Zhiqiu's warning. Gu Zhiqiu had done nothing to him either. Besides the witch clan, the Ji family, Royal Xian Temple, and Futian sword clan all came. Many other forces could be seen here too. Except the most distant Sword Saint Mountain and the Qianqiu Temple. As for the Moon clan, only Chu Yaoyao came. The Royal Xian Temple and Futian sword clan were the closest to the Qin dynasty. At this time a dignified figure appeared above the slope, followed by Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu. Looking at the crowd, Lu Chenyu saw Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. Her beautiful dark eyes were seemingly full of vexation. Your Majesty. All the noblemen bowed. Qin Yuan's group walked forward and bowed. Your Majesty, we are Qin Yuan. Qin Li and Qing Mengrua from the Qin dynasty. Your Majesty, I am Qian Shamu from the Donghua clan. People constantly bowed and introduced themselves. Yi Futian did too. He noticed that when bowed, Chu Yaoyao introduced herself directly without mentioning the Moon clan. You are all guests from afar. Thank you for coming, Emperor Lu said with a smile, looking at the people. Qin Yuan took a step forward and bowed again with a smile. He raised his head and showed his handsome face to Emperor Lu. Before Qin Yuan could say anything, a figure stepped forward, stopped before him, and said to Emperor Lu, Your Majesty, I am Yi Wuqian from the 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan. I've always had a strong admiration for Lu Qinyu, the princess. Today, I come to the Lu Kingdom to ask for your permission for our marriage. Qin Yuan was supposed to say the same thing, but he had to keep silent now. He raised his head and looked at Yi Wuqian before him. How could Yi Wuqian make the first proposal? People fell silent. Lu Qinyu stared at that one-armed figure in white standing straight proudly below the stairs. His tone was so determined. Her eyes turned a little red and she smiled lightly. Her feelings were obvious to all. He came in such a direct way. She saw his backbone. How many people in the Eastern Barren Territory dared to contend with the Qin dynasty? She knew what kind of pressure Yi Wuqian was facing. Emperor Lu was looking at Yi Wuqian too. He glanced at Lu Qinyu and immediately figured out that it was him. Yi Wuqian was wearing all white. One of his sleeves hung down loosely. Clearly, he had only one arm. But when he made the proposal, his eyes were determined and his body stood straight, proud as a sword. His arm had been chopped off by Li Daoyun, but Li Daoyun had been killed by his sword. The emperor appreciated Yi Wuqian's spirit a lot. If it was in the past, he would have agreed to his proposal, but Yi Wuqian's rival was Qin Yuan, the Qin dynasty. Yi Wuqian, is this deliberate? Qin Li suddenly questioned. The silence was disturbed. He said coldly, We announced today's proposal many days ago. And now what are you doing? What do you mean? Qin Yuan bowed toward the emperor too and said, Your Majesty, I am Qin Yuan. I have admired Princess Qinyu for a long time. Today, I come to ask your permission for our marriage. What lies? Yi Futian said coldly. How many times have you met Qinyu? How many conversations have you had with her? Admired her for a long time? How? Yi Wuqian and I knew Qinyu long ago. We were always together when we were in Chaoga City. Don't tell me that the Qin dynasty knows nothing about the affection between Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu. Naturally, we come to propose. Who's the one making trouble now? Yi Futian continued. I heard that the Qin dynasty's little prince, Qin Yuan, is very noble. A noble gentleman will not do such a lowly thing like robbing others' love. Am I right? It was not appropriate for Yi Wuqian to say this, so Yi Futian would say it for him. Chapter 321, Turtle Mountain. Chapter 321. Turtle Mountain. Since Qin Yuan called himself a mannered person and wanted to be an honorable man, Yi Futian would make it easy for him. Qin Yuan didn't look back. He stood calmly with Yi Wuqian. Only Emperor Lu could make the decision about this marriage proposal. He didn't seem to want to agree to the Qin dynasty's proposal so easily though, which was why he invited everyone here. Yi Futian wanted to see what Emperor Lu was planning. Yi Futian, your words are a bit illogical, Qin Li retorted. As the saying goes, beautiful girls are loved by honorable men. My uncle has clearly seen Princess Qinyu before. There is nothing strange about liking her. Though he is honorable, there is no reason why he should give his beloved to someone else. Your words are too bizarre. Furthermore, my uncle is here to propose a marriage. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and other forces all wish to see this. As for Yi Wuqian of the Fuyun Sword Clan coming to propose, is this his own idea or the clan's? The Fuyun Sword Clan has never thought of this, Chi Ao of the Fuyun Sword Clan's first summit said. Yi Futian looked over coldly. So the clan was on the Qin dynasty's side? Chi Ao's expression was indifferent. The Fuyun Sword Clan hated the Sword Saint and thus resented the cottage. He'd warned Yi Wuqian many times to stay away from Yi Futian, but Yi Wuqian always ignored him. In this case, the Fuyun Sword Clan wouldn't stand with a traitor like Yi Wuqian. In that case, Qin Li said coolly, Yi Wuqian is just here on his own accord. Doesn't this insult Princess Qinyu? The strong cultivators from the 7th summit who'd come with Yi Wuchen gazed at Qinli. Was he saying that Yi Wuchen wasn't qualified to propose? Insulting Yi Wuchen was the same as insulting the 7th summit. The strong cultivators behind Qinli stared back. Faint pressure emanated from both sides. Emperor Lu hadn't said anything. He just watched this scene quietly. He'd invited everyone here, so he wanted to see what the current situation was like. He could learn some things from these people's reactions. A group of losers has the courage to brag here? Yu Shang's large eyes stared at Qinli, extremely pissed. After Yi Wuchen lost his arm to save them, Yu Shang began viewing Yi Wuchen as his brother. Now Qinli was insulting Yi Wuchen's status. Despicable. The people of the Qin dynasty looked uncomfortable. Yu Shang was clearly talking about the battle at Chaoga. The cottage never lost against the Qin dynasty or Donghua clan. Everyone, no need to argue. Emperor Lu now waved his hand. Gazing at Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen, he said, "You are both at the top of the Eastern Baron Territory's younger generation. I am a bit flustered that both of you think so highly of Qin Yu." Smiling, he looked to the lords and officials. "What do you all think?" He didn't ask for Lu Qinyu's opinion because he already knew. The people's gazes flashed. They were very quiet and no one wanted to speak first. It was easy to anger people by taking sides now. Qin Yuan bowed again. "My father told me that if Emperor Lu agrees to this marriage, it would be too much for Princess Qinyu to move so far away. He ordered for me to remain in the Lu kingdom and serve Emperor Lu with Princess Qinyu." Everyone's eyes flashed. Qin Yuan said that he was willing to move to the Lu kingdom. With his status, he didn't have to do so, but he still did. This was the sincerity of the Qin dynasty, as well as the Lu kingdom's pressure. Since the Qin dynasty was this willing, would the Lu kingdom still reject them? "Your Majesty," a robed man with an extraordinary temperament said from the group of lords and officials. "Since the Qin dynasty is so sincere and Prince Qin is extraordinary, I think Your Majesty should consider it." The speaker was Lord Kong of the Lu kingdom. "Lord Kong is right. I agree." Now that someone started, the others all spoke too, approving of Qin Yuan and Lu Qinyu's marriage. As for Yi Wuchen, he stood there alone. No one was willing to speak for him. The sole reason was because Yi Wuchen hadn't visited them before. They didn't know him. Yi Wuchen was also only a disciple of the 7th summit. He couldn't represent the Futian sword clan, so it was okay to offend him. On the other hand, if the emperor really chose Yi Wuchen instead of Qin Yuan, the Qin dynasty would be furious. The Lu kingdom would be the victim. They would be involved and wouldn't be able to escape. They had to think for themselves. As for Lu Qinyu, no one cared what she wanted. Only the emperor's statement was needed. These bastards. Lu Feiyang gazed coldly at the lords and officials. Did the Qin dynasty bribe them, or were they afraid of the Qin dynasty? Emperor Lu also looked at them. His serious eyes also seemed to be smiling. No one knew what he was thinking. "It seems that everyone thinks more highly of Prince Qin," he said with a smile. "He is very talented and I appreciate him. However, this concerns Qinyu's future. I must think carefully. I'll need some time." "I am willing to wait." Qin Yuan smiled and bowed. Yi Wuchen glanced at Lu Qinyu. Everything was going against him. He felt an invisible pressure. "I invited everyone to visit the Lu kingdom. I will arrange a pavilion for everyone to stay in. The imperial city contains many relics. Everyone can enjoy themselves as they wish," Emperor Lu said. "Has anyone heard of Turtle Mountain of the Lu kingdom?" Everyone's eyes flashed. People from every force had obviously heard of Turtle Mountain's legend before. According to legend, Turtle Mountain existed for longer than the Lu kingdom. The imperial city was established here because of this mountain too. It was created by spirit stones. Apparently, there were countless matrices around the entire mountain. Of course, this wasn't why it was called Turtle Mountain. It was because there was a turtle hermit there. This turtle had lived for countless years. A rumor in the Eastern Baron Territory said that this turtle was why the Lu kingdom could be established. Before each emperor came into power, he had to climb to the peak and be blessed by the turtle hermit. This old turtle had mysterious talents and was a fortune teller. Of course, this might be exaggerated, but the turtle hermit definitely had abilities like an astrologer. It was the Lu kingdom's totem. People didn't understand why Emperor Lu suddenly mentioned Turtle Mountain. I have heard the legend of Turtle Mountain many times and have always wanted to go, Qin Yuan said. Now that I have the chance, I must visit it. The Turtle Hermit Inn on the mountain, Emperor Lu said, chuckling. I will order the mountain to be opened. Anyone who wishes to visit may do so freely. If anyone can receive the Turtle Hermit's blessing, he will have no problem in becoming the princess' husband. After speaking, Emperor Lu stood up and left, glancing at Qin Yuan and Yi Wuqian. The lords and officials' eyes flashed. Did the emperor want Qin Yuan and Yi Wuqian to meet the Turtle Hermit? Only the emperors had the right to go up the mountain. Even if he really did open it up, would Qin Yuan and Yi Wuqian be able to meet the legendary Turtle Hermit? Even the lords and officials had never seen it before. Qin Yuan had an odd expression. He didn't expect Emperor Lu to do this and make him compete with Yi Wuqian and Turtle Mountain. However, they both came to propose at the same time. Emperor Lu was very polite too. Finally handing them over to Turtle Mountain seemed okay too. He was a true fox. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu let out a breath. Thankfully, their father didn't agree to Qin Yuan just yet. They still weren't optimistic though. They both knew what Turtle Mountain was like. What would he do if both Yi Wuqian and Qin Yuan couldn't see the Turtle Hermit? Lu Chenyu gazed at Yi Wuqian. They exchanged glances and seemed to understand what the other was thinking. Lu Chenyu turned around. Lu Feiyang walked to Yi Wuqian and Yi Futian's side. He didn't care about the Qin dynasty. Take me to Turtle Mountain, Yi Wuqian said to Lu Feiyang. All right. Lu Feiyang nodded. The group then left the palace. Qin Yuan had planned on talking to the lords and officials. Seeing this, he bid farewell casually and left too. The other strong cultivators also left. They weren't interested in marrying the princess but wanted to see Turtle Mountain too. Countless people were waiting for news outside the palace. When they saw all the strong cultivators leave, they were confused. Did the emperor approve of Qin Yuan? Soon, the palace sent out the definite news that Qin Yuan wasn't the only one proposing today. Yi Wuqian of the Futian sword clan had also proposed. Many people realized that Yi Wuqian was the one Lu Chenyu liked. No wonder they were always with Yi Futian. However, the first summit of the Futian sword clan was on Qin Yuan's side. As a swordsman of the 7th summit, how would Yi Wuqian compete with Qin Yuan? News about Turtle Mountain also spread. The Lu Kingdom would soon open up the mountain. Many strong cultivators would head towards it. Turtle Mountain had always been a place that only the emperor could step foot in. It was mysterious. Many people from the kingdom were curious about it. The emperor also said that anyone who was blessed by the Turtle Hermit could marry the princess. Thus, countless strong cultivators gathered near Turtle Mountain, many miles from the palace. As a sacred land of the Lu Kingdom, there were many pavilions at the foot of the mountain, surrounding it. This was where the royalty performed rituals. There were also soldiers guarding the mountain, surrounding it all. In addition, there were high towers in all directions so no one could approach from the sky. But now, the doors of the surrounding pavilions opened. Countless strong cultivators poured through and came to the foot of the mysterious Turtle Mountain. Chapter 322. Climb the Mountain. Chapter 322. Climb the mountain. Mist wrapped around Turtle Mountain, shrouding it so that it looked like a divine turtle. At the foot of the mountain, one could feel bounding spiritual chi. Light of every element shot from it, making it look so beautiful. Right now, countless people were present. People from the important families of the Lu Kingdom also came. However, the strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty and Yi Futian's group were still at the foremost. Many youths from the Lu Kingdom looked to Qin Yuan, Qian Shanmu, Yi Futian, and the others. These prides from the top forces that were known throughout the Eastern Barren Territory were the goals for many youths. Their existence were benchmarks. Qin Mengroa and Chu Yaoyao are so beautiful. The daughter of an important family praised their beauty. She was also a beauty and had always thought that the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory weren't as pretty as her. But now that she saw them, she discovered their charm. She was far behind. Prince Qin is so handsome. The girl beside her was looking at Qin Yuan. In the crowd, he was definitely one of the top flower boys. Is Yi Futian not handsome? A girl in a long blue dress asked, chuckling. Of course, but I like Prince Qin's gentleness more. I heard that Yi Futian is too arrogant and a bully. The disciples of the cottage don't respect anyone. He called Prince Qin a lowly man, but Prince Qin didn't comment on him. So I like Prince Qin more. He and Princess Qinyu suit each other. Don't you know what Yi Futian said in the ancient barren world? A youth around 18 years old asked. Those who know me understand my arrogance, the girl asked in return. Cottage disciples don't need to care about others, the youth said. They do as they wish and are like true men. I don't like Prince Qin. He didn't say that he thought Prince Qin was insincere. Who do you think will reach the summit? The girl asked, chuckling. If Qin Yuan is competing with Yi Futian, he obviously won't be able to win. But with Yi Wuxian, I don't know. The youth trusted the cottage disciples because he wished to cultivate there. Qin Yuan is only competing with Yi Wuxian, but Yi Futian and the others will also climb the mountain. I heard that Qin Yuan has extraordinary talent. Qian Shanmu, Qin Li, Qin Mengrua Chuyao and the others are all talented too. Let's wait and see. Everyone around them was also discussing this. At this time, Qin Yuan's group made the first step towards Turtle Mountain. Yi Futian's group also stepped toward it. There was no true road on Turtle Mountain. The ancient turtle-like mountain seemed to have been cut into pieces. Strange and jagged rocks were everywhere. The moment they stepped onto the mountain, it was as if a divine turtle was riding them. Every step became heavy. Yi Futian tried flying, but the power forced him down. They could only walk, but this was expected. If they could fly, anyone would be able to climb the mountain. Lu Feiyang was also there. How long will it take to the summit? Yi Futian asked. I don't know. Lu Feiyang shook his head. Only the sovereigns have reached the summit before. I heard that many royalties lost themselves in the Turtle Mountain. We must be careful. Yi Futian nodded. He glanced at the Qin dynasty group in the near distance. They were also climbing by foot. Qin Yuan was in the center. Qin Li seemed to feel something and glanced towards Yi Futian. As they walked, the mountain became covered in a layer of fog. The ground wasn't as clear anymore. Now, other than going up, they didn't know what direction they were heading in or where they were. Many strong cultivators of the Lu Kingdom followed them onto Turtle Mountain to test how far they could go. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone's steps grew heavier. The invisible pressure from Turtle Mountain kept growing. Many cultivators from the Lu Kingdom slowed down. Some couldn't even walk anymore and had to sit down for a rest. Ah! A cry sounded, echoing throughout the mountain. Fear rose in many people's hearts. They didn't feel as relaxed as before. Only those from the top levels could continue forward steadily. Some talented ones from the Lu Kingdom could as well, but they'd slowed too. In the crowd behind them, a girl who cultivated sorcery stopped. I need to rest, she said to her companions. With that, she sat on a rock and tried to gather the spiritual qi around her to cultivate. Climbing the mountain was too tiring and she'd used up all her spiritual qi. Because she didn't cultivate martial arts, she did not have a lot of stamina. All right. Everyone nodded and sat down to rest. But soon, everyone's bodies started trembling. Then some invisible force pulled onto their bodies and hurled them downward. That moment, consecutive screams shattered the silence. They kept echoing and the people's hearts weren't as sure as before. This type of scream sounded occasionally after that, shaking everyone up. Yi Futian's group kept going. The people around them disappeared and he didn't know where Qin Yuan's group was. Using freedom meditation, he saw a giant divine turtle. Its pressure was even scarier than the martial arts training field. He had to stop the freedom meditation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to walk much. He could use this to train his body usually. However, he was climbing a mountain now, not cultivating. After one day, they all felt tired. They had no clue where they were. This was the scariest, it seemed endless. Should we rest? Yi Futian asked. This was his first time mentioning it. Even someone as powerful as him felt tired. Yi Wuxian and the others naturally did too. Yi Wuxian stopped and nodded. Everyone sat on the ground and closed their eyes. When Yi Futian closed his eyes, he actually felt drowsiness attack him. He wanted to relax and sleep. His body became light as if he was floating in the air. Suddenly, a hand from deep in his mind grabbed at him. We can't rest. Yi Futian cried out, eyes flying open. Everyone was startled awake. There was a bright flash. They all panted heavily. Exchanging glances, they took a deep breath and stood up to continue climbing. Is this really a sacred land of your kingdom? Yi Futian looked at Lu Feiyang completely done. My father said before that only the strongest can step foot on Turtle Mountain, Lu Feiyang replied. Those who wish to become emperor must pass this trial. Yi Futian was frustrated, but he had to keep going. But if they were like this, the others must not be well off either. Yi Wuxian had been quiet all this time. He couldn't relax until this matter was settled. Thus he looked even more persistent. Days passed like this. It seemed impossible to reach the summit. They were exhausted now. Their legs were heavy and their muscles were taut. It felt horrible to have their mind and body tense for so long. Countless people looked up at the mountain from the foot. Many of the ones who tried had fallen down. Some were lightly hurt while others were badly injured. However, people still kept trying to better themselves. Through the mist, they could see people around the middle of the mountain. Those who crossed the middle were from the top forces. Even some of them had fallen down, including those in the noble plain. Prince Qin and Yi Futian seemed to be in the same place, someone said. The people were small in their vision, but they were in the middle. No one knew if they could reach the top. Anyway, Yi Futian didn't know where they were. Right now, they were extremely exhausted, but the road became smoother. It was easier to walk. A sea of flowers appeared in the mist. It was magnificent and beautiful. Are we at the top? Yi Futian asked. He looked to the side but realized that everyone was gone. Yushang Wuchen, Yi Futian called. There was no echo. His voice just disappeared. Yi Futian frowned. A beautiful figure walked out of the flowers. Her beautiful eyes stared at him, almost melting his heart. Chu Yao. Yi Futian was confused. As Chu Yaoyao stared at him, she walked over and reached out a hand. She just looked at him dazedly. A hallucination? Yi Futian stepped forward. He ignored the girl and brushed past her. Then he saw another hallucination. Qin Mengrua, the cold beauty, was playing her guqin. Music floated around her. There was a rapid stream before her. When the music stopped, Qin Mengrua stood up. She placed her hands on her shoulder and pushed her clothes down a bit, revealing her porcelain-like shoulders. Long legs stepped into the water. Her clothes became wet and she turned to smile at Yi Futian. He blinked. Why would he see this kind of hallucination? No thank you. Yi Futian continued forward, ignoring the beautiful image. After that, Lin Yueyao, senior sister Qini Lulan Shui. Everyone appeared in his hallucination, annoying Yi Futian. Was this a test for his mind? Why would there be so many beauties? He wasn't a pervert. Of course, the hardest to resist was still when Jieyu appeared, but he still resisted. There would be chances in the future. Yusheng also had hallucinations, but they were much easier than Yi Futian's. There were no beauties. Only two people appeared. His father and Yi Futian. Chapter 323, Battle on Turtle Mountain. Chapter 323. Battle on Turtle Mountain. Yi Futian was annoyed. Climbing mountains was tiring in itself and got even more so as he went. If he wished he could just drop down and rest. It was honestly too tiring. The worst thing was when you couldn't see the end or even the light. And now these beautiful images were trying to lure him. It was horrible. When someone was so physically exhausted, their willpower would go down and they would want to completely relax. The further they went, the harder it was to resist. Even worse, the images that Yi Futian saw kept becoming more beautiful. The girls are skeletons. Yi Futian went forward with his eyes closed, but it was useless. The realistic images were imprinted directly into his mind. He couldn't escape it at all. If this really was a trial on his mind, it was too cruel. No wonder Lu Feiyang said many people would lose themselves here. If he chose to give in, would he get lost? He didn't know. Hua Jieyu appeared in his mind. Yi Futian smiled brightly. He shouldn't be distracted by beauty, but Hua Jieyu's image always appeared. Fox, if you do this, something bad will happen, he muttered. Thinking of Wuchen, Yi Futian gritted his teeth and continued forward. He wasn't the only one going through this on Turtle Mountain. Right now, Qin Yuan also saw many images. With his exhausted mind, he saw his father sitting on the throne and reaching out to him with a smile. It was as if he could sit onto the throne if he wished. Qin Yuan's expression twisted in pain. He wanted the throne so badly, but he knew it wasn't his. The Qin dynasty's throne was Qin Yu's. He could never get it. In his fantasy, He saw Qin Li appear before him, powerless. If he wanted to, he could kill Qin Li. His face twisted. He wished he could kill the man. Everyone thought that Emperor King loved Qin Yuan most, but that was just on the surface. If he did, why would he send Qin Yuan to the Lu kingdom to marry the princess? It was to distance him from power so he wouldn't have those thoughts. He had to achieve the goal too, but actually he didn't want it. Marry Lu Qingyu? She was pretty but wasn't Qin Mengra, his sister from another mother, also pretty? As one of the top 3 beauties, she was obviously prettier than Lu Qingyu. Chu Yaoyao was the virgin of the Moon clan. Why did Qin Li marry her instead of him? In what aspect was he worse than Qin Li? In his hallucination, he was inside the Qin palace. A dreamlike scene appeared inside that opulent pavilion. The elegant and arrogant Qin Mengra, the moving Chu Yaoyao, and beautiful Lu Qingyu all lay before him. They only had a thin blanket over them. Their snowy white arms and legs were bare. If he wanted, he could enjoy the best moment in the world. It was so tempting. He could drown in this for eternity. His features kept twisting and becoming menacing. Gritting his teeth, he started bleeding and his eyes reddened. Others would definitely never think that the scholarly and calm Qin Yuan could look like this too. He was completely different from how he usually was. Trembling, Qin Yuan ignored his dreams and continued forward. He knew what he had to do now. If he failed, he wouldn't be able to answer to his father. Chu Yaoyao didn't know she appeared in so many men's fantasies. She was also undergoing this trial. Exhausted, she wanted to stop and rest against someone. She was so tired, she could fall over any time. She couldn't keep going anymore. At this time, someone appeared before her. He was so handsome and his eyes were so pretty. He had a subtle smile and gave off a playfully bad feeling. The handsome man walked to her side and said, "I'll carry you." With that, he squatted down before her. Chu Yaoyao smiled brilliantly. That moment, she didn't care whether it was real or not. She didn't care about the consequences either. She just wanted to rest on his back. Thus, she rose to her tiptoes and sprawled onto the youth's back. She grasped his neck and rested her face on his shoulder, smiling sweetly. This image was so beautiful. She didn't have to pretend and could be her truest self. After a long while, the almost utterly exhausted Futian appeared before a path on Turtle Mountain. The hallucinations finally disappeared. White clouds floated in the sky. It was quiet and peaceful. Before him, he could make out an ancient pavilion at the peak. He was almost there. Have I finally gotten out of it? Futian took a deep breath. He walked to a huge rock to sit down and recover his mental and physical energy. After a while, Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen walked out too. They came to Futian and sat down. After that, Lu Feiyang and Lu Lanshui appeared too. The silver snow guard never appeared. He was probably stuck in the hallucination. This event didn't have anything to do with him, so it wasn't that important. It was normal that he couldn't get out of it. After resting a bit, Yi Wuchen stood up. Seeing that, everyone else rose and continued forward. The pressure was still great, but without the hallucination they wouldn't get lost. In the distance, other figures appeared. It was Qin Yuan, Qin Li, Qian Shanmu, and Qin Mengru. Chu Yaoyao wasn't there. In another direction, Gu Zhiqiu and Gu Biyue appeared too. Unexpectedly, they reached this point too. They must have strong willpower too. Other people appeared below them. Only one strong cultivator from the Ji family arrived, Ji Kong. Zhisong and Qi Ao of the Futian sword clan were there too, as well as one from the royal Xian temple. The people walked upward. Here they couldn't be too far from the peak. The Qin dynasty and Futian's group went up together. Qin Yuan had recovered. His handsome face was gentle and calm again. He kept looking up. Qin Li glanced at Futian. Chuckling, he said, "Futian, earlier, you defeated a pride of the Dongqing College at Chaoga City. I've always wanted to challenge you, but your plane is too luo, so I couldn't. But you killed Luo Junlin at the Nandu Nation and showed extraordinary combat ability. How about you let me experience your ability today?" As he spoke, he walked towards Futian. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua walked over too, bodies flashing and releasing their might. Qin Yuan pretended he didn't see it and kept climbing. "Don't think about stopping us." Lu Feiyang's expression was cold. Futian obviously knew what Qin Li was doing. His arcana aura was very strong now. Dragons wrapped around him and one could hear dragon cries in the air. Qinli stepped towards Yi Futian with horrible might. As a monstrous figure, his talent and ability were both powerful. He'd activated 8 dragon meridians and was one of the rare figures in the Qin dynasty. 9 meridians was the limit. Wuxian, go first, Yi Futian said. Yi Wuxian and Qin Yuan were the stars today. It didn't matter for the rest, but Yi Wuxian must get to the top. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo's life spirits appeared. Yukin sang and strings of music fell onto Qinli. His might grew until he became like a true dragon. Qinli grabbed in the air. Instantly, many dragons roared towards Yi Futian and the others. With bared teeth and claws, they were going to kill the group. The Qin dynasty had people with 8 dragon meridians. Their dragon intent was like true dragons. Boundless sword intent bloomed from Yi Wuxian. He stepped to the side and the sword intent cut through the sky. It streaked towards the incoming dragon while he continued walking like a sword. Qinli's eyes were cold. He stepped forward and grabbed towards Yi Wuxian. At the same time, a figure appeared before him. It was Yi Wuxian. The 5-element rod in his hand enlarged into an extremely big staff. He twirled it and used the power of the world to slam it down. Horrible gravity fell on the 5-element rod, making it thousands of pounds heavy. It shattered the dragon and went for Qinli. 8 dragons roared from Qinli's body. Strong and sharp claws caught onto the rod and forcefully stopped its downward motion. Countless eyes at the foot of the mountain looked up at the scene. Light glowed from some people's eyes as if they could see through the space. Looking at the tiny figures on the mountain, their insides trembled. A battle erupted. Who's fighting? Those with lower planes couldn't see what was happening. Yi Futian of the cottage and Qinli of the Qin dynasty. Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengruo and Yu Sheng might join in. What about Qin Yuan? Still climbing. He's in line with Yi Wuxian. More voices sounded at the foot of the mountain. Many people were in an uproar. Qinli really was fighting with Yi Futian and they couldn't see it? They could only see blurry figures. Who will win? Someone asked. He was anxious because he couldn't see. Qinli, a grandson of the emperor, was scarily talented. He also had a high plane. But they'd all witnessed Yi Futian's abilities. He had killed Luo Junlin. I don't know. The emperor's grandson has 8 dragon meridians while Yi Futian has a ritual implement staff. Someone sighed heavily. It was such a pity that they couldn't see such a battle on Turtle Mountain. Chapter 324 Madman. Chapter 324. Madman. On Turtle Mountain, Yi Futian and Qinli stood facing each other. The powerful pressure remained, but they were fighting in this environment right now. The royalty of the Qin dynasty opened up their dragon meridians and cultivated martial arts. Their physical bodies were like dragons, extremely terrifying. Yi Futian used a divine beast's body-enhancing technique. His body was impossible to copy and was also extremely powerful. Dragons wrapped around Qinli. His life spirit was a dragon and his dharma was a dragon. His meridians had turned into dragon meridians and his bones were like a dragon's bones. His blood roared as if a dragon was inside his body. His lips curled into a cold smirk as he stared at Yi Futian. Behind him, cacophonous music fell onto him, bolstering his strength. His aura kept growing more frightening. At the same time, piercing music traveled into Yi Futian's eardrums, stabbing his fatigued mind. Boom! Yu Sheng stepped towards Qian Shanmu. Lulan Shui went to Qin Mengruo. Lu Feiyang didn't participate because even though he'd climbed with their group, he was still the Lu Kingdom's prince. The Qin dynasty was here for a marriage proposal. If he fought with them, the Qin dynasty could snatch this excuse to attack. Where do you think you're going? Qinli sneered and threw his hands forward. 8 dragons soared into the air, flying towards the 3. The golden claws were extremely sharp, tearing through everything. A huge demonic tripod emerged in Yu Sheng's hands. With a huge sound it flew out. The black tripod killed everything, crashing into the dragon. Frightening coldness flowed through Lulan Shui's body. An ice spell that could seal everything in ice bloomed. The dragons turned to frost but kept going, trying to shatter everything. An ice wand appeared in Lulan Shui's hands, twirling. Endless ice spiritual qi shrouded the dragon. Then there were cracking sounds. The ice cracked, along with the dragon's body. Yi Futian raised his 5 elemental rod. Different lights flashed as it transformed into a huge staff. It split down from the heavens. But even worse was Qian Shanmu's grating music. Hallucinations appeared in the minds of the three, making them feel that Qin Li's every move was incredible. Every attack could turn them into ash. Qian Shanmu was only in the lower arcana plane, but as the #1 musical sorcerer in the younger generation, his spiritual energy was much more powerful than the three. His spells could be very threatening. Holy sound! Yi Futian felt that Qin Li's figure was suddenly boundless. He was as large as a saint. In Chaoga City, this had appeared in the fight with Qian Shanmu. But that had been Qian Shanmu. Now the holy sound was being used to help with Qin Li's fighting. Qin Li opened his mouth and uttered unclear sounds. They were like a dragon's language. His aura became even more terrifying. The minds of Yi Futian's trio were shaking as if a mysterious power had descended. Yi Futian's dharma bloomed. An ape roared while Yi Futian's body grew more monstrous. His blood boiled and his noble intent rose up. He twirled the 5-elemental rod and the heavens changed. The sky and earth trembled as the 5-elemental rod seemed to connect the two. The ape struck it down, splitting the sky. Qin Li's expression was domineering and cold with the help of the holy sound. He was already an entire plane higher than Yi Futian. He had nothing to fear. He reached out, his arms turning into dragon arms. Various dragon shadows wrapped around his arm, again grabbing at the 5-elemental rod. Following a deafening roar, many dragon figures were shattered. Qin Li still grabbed the 5-elemental rod though. Various dragons snaked over, wrapping around the rod. This was the Yin family's treasure. It should be returned to its owner, Qin Li said coldly. A glow that belonged to him bloomed now. He was the grandson of Emperor Qin, son of the crown prince. He was the future heir to the throne. With 8 dragon meridians and baptized by dragon blood, he had been nurtured by the ancestors' dragon meridians. Yi Futian wielded the 5-elemental rod. The divine ape was on his body. He glared coldly at Qin Li. The man wanted to rob him of his rod? Ice and fire spiritual qi bloomed from the 5-elemental rod. The spiritual qi of Turtle Mountain seemed to have gathered there. The spell gradually covered Qin Li's body. The flames transformed into a furnace. Noble intent passed through the rod into Qin Li's body. You think this will do something? Qin Li looked indifferently at Yi Futian. He was at the 3rd level arcana plane. He was so strong and gold light covered him. He transformed into a golden dragon. He seemed to hide a gold dragon in him and was unmoved no matter how the fire burned. The gold dragon burned like in a furnace. Qin Li's brows furrowed slightly as he felt some pain. He looked down to see that strange golden fire burned in many places. They were like an emperor's fire that could destroy any resistance. Boom! Qin Li hurriedly let go of the rod and retreated. But Yu Shang and Lulan Xue had already pounced toward Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengru. It would be troublesome if these two weren't taken care of. The demonic tripod enlarged quickly. It transformed into a dark tripod hovering in the air, looming over Qian Shanmu's head. The demonic pressure hammered down. The world turned dark as if demons had descended. He thrummed his guqin violently. The holy sound fell over him instead of Qin Li. It seemed to turn him into a saint. Yu Sheng appeared under the demonic tripod. His burly body shone with dark gold light. He reached out and the light from the demonic tripod instantly turned into a dark gold halberd. He was like a horrible demon going to kill Qian Shanmu. Lulan Xue arrived before Qin Mengru. Her silver eyes had become a bit demonic. Snowflakes swirled in the air, sweeping towards Qin Mengru. The coldness entered one's bones. It could freeze one's soul. Many people looked to this battlefield from the side. Compared to Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen climbing the Turtle Mountain, they were more interested in this battle. While the battle was still happening, Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen were still climbing up, practically side by side. It seemed that after climbing up these steps, they could meet the Turtle Hermit. They'd been extremely exhausted but were now suddenly filled with power. Power radiated from their bodies. Yi Wuchen's body was like a sword. He walked forward extremely calm. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination. A special power emanated from the stone steps. It was like an invisible matrix with an endless string. It flowed through the steps like sound waves. The moment Yi Wuchen stepped onto them, The invisible ripple seemed to transform into the world's sharpest sword intent. It pierced his body, almost snapping it. The sword intent flowed through him and then stabbed him. It was using his power to attack himself. The stronger his sword intent was, the stronger the attack was. Even more terrifying, the might of the stone steps grew even more powerful. Qin Yuan also underwent this pain. He used his power to resist the might, but that power turned back against him, attacking his flesh. This was so painful. Not only did he have to bear the might of the Turtle Mountain, but he also had to bear his own attack. Something flickered past his handsome face. It was a shred of pain. Who thought of this horrible test? The stone steps were so long and steep too. Yi Wuqian needed to use more and more resistance to go up, reaching the limit. This growing power would also be used to attack him. Yi Wuqian didn't think of all that. He continued climbing. Sword light wrapped around him, melding into his body. His entirety dazzled like a sword. His steps were slow but very steady. He climbed step by step. Endless sword intent flowed through him, stabbing into his bone marrow. But so what? If he couldn't even protect his love, he wouldn't qualify to become a swordsman. A swordsman should have no fears. He continued climbing one step at a time. The pain strengthened as he walked. Endless sword intent passed through him. Any misstep could kill him. His sword intent strengthened. The force he had to bear strengthened as well. It was almost at the limit, penetrating his flesh. Blood appeared on his clothes. His sword body was damaged too. His organs seemed to be damaged by the sword aura as well, but he didn't retreat. His steps didn't stop either. In fact, his sword intent was still strengthening. He was amidst a destructive sword scene. Madman! Behind him, Qin Yuan suffered the horrible pain. His face twisted. Seeing that Yi Wuqian was still going forward, his every step so sure, he cursed inwardly. Was Yi Wuqian willing to give his life for a woman? But thinking of his mission, Qin Yuan didn't give up either. He continued. After a while, Qin Yuan was halfway there. Looking at the remaining portion, Qin Yuan was in pain. Yi Wuqian was past that point. Blood kept dripping onto the stone. Qin Yuan didn't even know if Yi Wuqian could survive to the top. Sword intent from the surroundings stabbed into Yi Wuqian's body, ravaging him. He looked up, eyes still as determined as before. However, his steps faltered. It was too painful. A figure appeared in his mind. They didn't have a dramatic relationship. It was as calm as water. When they occasionally met eyes, they would feel shy. But this little trickle of emotions warmed his heart. The 3 words in the letter he'd received at the mountain. Can you come? He had come. And since he was here, he would do it. It was his promise. It was his protection. If he couldn't, he would allow all the swords to pierce his heart and kill him. Yi Wuqian continued forward. Chapter 325 Turtle Hermit. Chapter 325. Turtle Hermit. At the foot of Turtle Mountain, countless people gazed at the mountain. There were nobles, Arcana Plane cultivators as well as Dharma Plane cultivators. An extremely intense battle seemed to have erupted on Turtle Mountain. However, they could clearly see the stone steps below the palace. There was no mist there and everyone could vividly see 2 people. Although the 2 figures appeared to be very tiny in their eyes, they could still figure out who they were. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of the king of Qin, and Yi Wuqian, the swordmaster of the 7th summit of Futian Sword Clan, had arrived at the final stone steps, trying to reach the top. They seemed to have encountered an extremely strong resistive force. Qin Yuan stopped when he was halfway through the stone steps and did not continue to walk. On the other hand, Yi Wuqian's body looked as proud as a pine and as straight as a sword. He walked forward step by step. Although he was slow, everyone could see him moving. With every step that he took, he was leaving Qin Yuan even further behind. At first, everyone thought that the outcome of the contest was obvious and Qin Yuan would certainly win. But what could they say now? When Yi Wuqian reached the top of the stone steps, sunlight from the sky sprinkled onto his body. At this instant, he seemed to be showered in an endless radiance and had become the most dazzling existence. If a person from the royal family of Lu Kingdom managed to reach the top of Turtle Mountain, he could inherit the throne. Now Yi Wuqian managed to reach the top. Surprise filled everyone's eyes. Nobody had expected Yi Wuqian to be able to do so. From now on, Yi Wuqian, the swordmaster of the 7th summit of Futian sword clan, could be compared to the best geniuses of Eastern Barren territory. Qin Yuan was still standing at his spot. He also tried to advance forward, but eventually, he failed and was blown back to the bottom of the stone steps. The battle between Yi Futian and Qin Li also stopped. They raised their heads to look at the stone steps above them when they saw Yi Wuqian's body disappearing from their view. A smile appeared on Yi Futian's face. We won. The peak of the Turtle Mountain. Yi Wuqian walked forward. At the moment, the pressure had already disappeared. He walked past a door and arrived at an ancient palace. It was a stone palace, and there were many complicated symbols on the ground. Looking at the symbols, Yi Wuqian actually found them to be extremely mysterious, but he could not understand them. I am Yi Wuqian. Greetings, Turtle Hermit, Yi Wuqian said. He only had one arm and could not fold his hands. Therefore, he could only bow slightly to salute. At the moment, his white shirt was covered with many frightening bloodstains. A figure slowly climbed out from the stone door of the stone palace. It was a turtle. The turtle extended his neck and looked at Yi Wuqian. His behavior was very much like a human, and furthermore he appeared to be very old. Lu Feiyong had said that Turtle Hermit was the totem of Lu Kingdom, and had lived for countless years. He was literally an old monster. The crawling speed of turtles was extremely slow, often so slow that people would lose their patience while waiting. Luckily, Yi Wuqian was a very patient man. He stood quietly at his spot. Turtle Hermit approached him and extended one of his feet, which looked like the arm of a person. He took a willow branch and started drawing on the ground. The symbols around Yi Wuqian lit up. They released a dazzling radiance and appeared to be very mysterious and unpredictable. The symbols were made up of countless figures and were changing continuously, as if they were trying to derive the future. Finally, a diagram was formed. Turtle Hermit looked at Yi Wuqian. His look was gentle but filled with some sympathy. You should leave Lu Kingdom, Turtle Hermit said with a human voice. This was the first thing that he said. Yi Wuqian was puzzled. He looked at Turtle Hermit, stunned, and said, I don't understand. Lu Kingdom's events will bring you misfortune. You will be involved. Turtle Hermit's voice was very soft. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian felt a wave of coldness surging through his body. He was not afraid of danger. With his determination, he managed to reach the top of Turtle Mountain. However, he was afraid that he would not be able to change anything. Turtle Hermit claimed that Lu Kingdom's events would bring him bad luck. Did it mean that he could not change the fate of the kingdom? Senior, can you predict the future? Yi Wuqian asked. Turtle Hermit shook his head. Even this action was performed very slowly. Nobody can predict the future. It is just that I can see what normal people cannot, and from there make some deductions, Turtle Hermit said slowly. There are laws governing everything in the world. I can see more of them because I live longer than others. Furthermore, my talents in cultivation are limited, and therefore I can only spend my time doing these boring things. Senior, since you cannot see the future, everything is still unknown, Yi Wuqian said. Turtle Hermit stared at him and a warm smile appeared on his face. Yi Wuqian had such a firm faith, but he was not strong enough to change anything. Ultimately, he was only a young arcana plane cultivator. Wait for a while. I'll let your friends in, Turtle Hermit said. Then he walked back through the stone door with the same slow speed. At the moment, many people were gathered below the stone steps on Turtle Mountain where Qin Yuan was at. They included Qin Li, Qian Shanmu, Yi Futian and his team, as well as the people from various top forces. They all saw Yi Wuqian reach the top of the stone steps. On the other hand, Qin Yuan had fallen down the steps. Qin Yuan had lost to Yi Wuqian. Qin Li's face was somewhat gloomy. He looked at Qin Yuan and said, Go and try again. From his tone, it seemed that he was not very respectful towards his young uncle. Qin Yuan's mother was concubine Nan, a charming lady. He would obviously not respect the son of such a degrading woman. His father was the crown prince of Qin dynasty, the righteous successor to the throne, and he was the grandson of the king. Some gloominess flashed across Qin Yuan's handsome face as he raised his head to look at the stone steps. He knew that it would be useless even if he tried again. Some other people tried, but they gave up after only a short while. They did not want to marry anyone from the Lu Kingdom, and therefore did not have to go through this suffering. Suddenly, a mist formed from spiritual chi appeared across Turtle Mountain. The dense mist enveloped the whole mountain and soon everyone's vision blurred. What is happening? A strange expression appeared on everyone's face. In the mist, Futian saw a path in front of him. Then he heard someone say, "Come up." The voice was gentle but seemed to have a magical power. A weird expression appeared on Futian's face, but he still decided to follow the path in the mist and went up the mountain. After walking for a while, the mist slowly dissipated and Futian's surrounding became visible. He realized that he was in front of a stone palace. Wuxian was standing there. "Have I reached the top of Turtle Mountain?" Wuxian. Futian approached Wuxian. Then he saw an old turtle crawl out from the stone door. The turtle stared at him with a gentle look, causing Futian to feel very strange. The action and demeanor of the turtle were very much like a human. "Senior, did you bring me here?" Futian asked. Turtle Hermit nodded. He slowly walked up to Futian, after which he did the exact same action as before. He drew with a willow branch and a dazzling light was emitted. Countless symbols started changing continuously. However, unlike Wuxian, many diagrams appeared in the end. Turtle Hermit raised his head and looked at Futian. Smiling, he said, "Too many variables. I can't deduce anything." "Senior, what are you doing?" Futian's face was filled with doubt. Lu Feiyong had said that Turtle Hermit had an unfathomable ability and knew the past, present, and future. Of course, Futian did not believe in that. Nobody could predict the future. Even an astrologer could only estimate the upper limit of a person's fate. There would still be countless unforeseen events in his life. Turtle Hermit looked at Futian and said, "You were born extraordinary." Futian was stunned. It seemed that the so-called Turtle Hermit indeed had some abilities. He also knew that he had an unusual background. Emperor Yiqing, the snow ape, and the behavior of his godfather all proved this. "In the illusion, you saw many beautiful ladies?" Turtle Hermit smiled and looked at Futian. Futian was speechless. This old turtle even knows about that? Was that not merely an illusion? Beauties still decay into mere skeletons after death. That's just an illusion and does not reflect my true nature, Futian said in a righteous manner. Images spring from your heart. Turtle Hermit looked at him with a faint smile. Futian widened his eyes at the old turtle. This is nonsense. I was not bewitched by the illusions. The desire for food and sex is part of human nature. Turtle Hermit smiled and said, "It is natural to fantasize about something nice. This desire is normal. Anyone who lived in the world would have desires. Otherwise, he could not be called a human. When one did not have any desires, one would be a saint, but also a devil." Today, countless people had climbed Turtle Mountain. Turtle Hermit saw many things, including normal desires and distorted, evil ones. Some people were elegant and very good-looking. However, the desires hidden in their hearts were the complete opposite. Futian was speechless. He had been caught red-handed. If he knew this earlier, he would not have climbed Turtle Mountain. This turtle was really a bastard. He could actually peep into everyone's illusions. Could this be the reason why the king of Lu asked them to climb the mountain? Thinking about this, a strange look appeared on his face. This meant that Turtle Hermit also saw the illusions that the people of the Qin dynasty encountered. "Senior, let's talk about my friend." Futian changed the topic. "You are blessed." Turtle Hermit smiled. Futian did not understand what he meant by blessed. "As for your friend, I advised him to leave. Otherwise, he will face misfortune," Turtle Hermit said. "But he seems to be really stubborn." "Misfortune?" Futian's look froze. Was it not enough for them to climb Turtle Mountain? "Senior, what do you know?" Futian asked. "Let's not talk about this. Come follow me." Turtle Hermit crawled slowly into the stone palace. Wuxian and Futian looked at each other. Then they followed him into the stone palace. The interior of the stone palace was actually very unusual, as if they had entered another world instead of just a stone palace. In this place there was the radiance from the sun, the moon, and the stars. Rain and snow fell from the sky, sand danced in the air, as well as lightning and cold wind. Together, the many scenes depicted a picture of the entire world. "I have made this over my whole life. It contains the simplest laws governing everything in the world. My level is not high enough and I cannot understand the real laws, but it should be of some use to the two of you. How much of it you can comprehend depends on yourselves, Turtle Hermit said slowly. Futian started to feel the world. The sunlight that was pouring down, the wind blowing across, the violent lightning, and the other elements were all running according to their own laws. It was fascinating indeed. Senior, I have a few other friends on Turtle Mountain. Can you let them in as well? Futian asked Turtle Hermit. You slippery little guy. Turtle Hermit looked at Futian. Then he smiled and nodded. Anyway, my days are numbered. I'll fulfill your wish then. Chapter 326. Conspiracy. Chapter 326. Conspiracy. At the moment, those trapped on Turtle Mountain and those who had climbed it had all returned to the foot of the mountain safely. Qin Yuan, Qin Li, and Chu Yaoyao were gathered together. Countless people were looking at them. Qin Yuan failed to climb to the top of Turtle Mountain. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen succeeded. According to what the king of Lu had said, Yi Wuchen would be married to the princess of Lu Kingdom. This meant that the Qin dynasty would have to return in failure. Does the prince of Qin plan to give up? Someone in the crowd asked. Would the Qin dynasty let it go like this? Qin Li looked at the crowd. Then he smiled and said, Lu Feiyang, the prince of Lu Kingdom, is a good friend of Yi Wuchen. He accompanied Yi Wuchen up the mountain, so naturally, Yi Wuchen could reach the peak of Turtle Mountain. This is the holy land for the royal family of Lu Kingdom. There is thus nothing surprising about this outcome. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Qin Li did not want to admit Qin Yuan's failure. Qin Yuan looked at everyone with his handsome face. Smiling, he said, I really admire Princess Qinyu. How can I give up so easily? A strange expression appeared on everyone's face. Was the Qin dynasty so determined to win this? Qin Li raised his leg, and the group left the place. Chu Yaoyao followed beside him and glanced at Turtle Mountain. They have not come down yet. I wonder where they are now. Thinking about the illusion that she had experienced on Turtle Mountain, she felt very uneasy. Qin Li and his team returned to the imperial palace. The people from various forces also followed them curiously and returned to the palace. They wanted to see how the event would progress. The king of Lu, however, was not in the palace at the moment. On the peak of Turtle Mountain, there was another sloping land behind the stone palace. At the top of the sloping land, there was a huge rock, on which Turtle Hermit was lying on at the moment. The king of Lu also appeared on the slope. Turtle Mountain was the holy land of Lu Kingdom, so only the kings could climb it freely. Senior, what's the progress? The king of Lu asked. He was the king of Lu Kingdom, but Turtle Hermit had lived for countless years, so it was naturally all right for him to address Turtle Hermit as senior. When the king was young, Turtle Hermit was already the Turtle Hermit. Have you ever thought of bringing your people away from Lu Kingdom? Turtle Hermit looked at the king of Lu. King Lu's expression turned serious. Was the situation really this bad? This is the product from the hard work of our ancestors. Even if I was willing to leave, what should I tell my people? The king of Lu sighed. Can I tell them that we are escaping from an unknown threat? How about surrendering? Turtle Hermit said again. The king of Lu shook his head. He could feel a wave of coldness surging in his heart. Turtle Hermit turned silent and did not say anything else. The king of Lu understood his meaning. This would be a disaster for the Lu Kingdom. Qin dynasty claimed that it would leave Qin Yuan the Lu Kingdom to be the king's son-in-law. However, he would not believe in such words easily. The problem was, what could he do even if he did not believe in that? How's Yi Wuchen? The king of Lu suddenly asked. Very stubborn. He will definitely be involved, Turtle Hermit said. Although he is not as talented as some people on Turtle Mountain, the purity of his heart for the sword is almost unparalleled. He will certainly be more accomplished than you in the future. It's no wonder that that person on the 7th summit granted him the title of Swordmaster so quickly, the king of Lu said. How about the few others from the cottage? Their potential is limitless. Eastern Barren Territory will surely undergo a major change over this generation. Turtle Hermit shook his head and said, Unfortunately, Qin dynasty has come too quickly. I'll go and take a look, the king of Lu said. He did not ask about anything else. Turtle Hermit could deduce many things, but he was not a prophet. His attitude already revealed that Lu Kingdom would face a crisis. The outcome of the deduction was that, whether he agreed to the marriage proposed by Qin dynasty or not, the crisis would still exist. In other words, the purpose of the Qin dynasty this time might be more than just proposing the marriage. All right, Turtle Hermit nodded slowly. Then he started to climb down the slope. His action was slow, and the king of Lu waited very patiently. At the moment Yi Futian, Yi Wuxian, Yu Shang, Lulan Shui, and Lu Feiyang were all in the stone palace. Turtle Hermit had fulfilled Yi Futian's wish. The group was quietly feeling the mysterious powers in the stone palace. In the scene depicting the world, a willow branch moved gently and danced in the wind. However, it actually cut mountains into two and split rivers wide apart. A trace of flame bloomed, but it could not be extinguished until the entire heaven was incinerated. Yi Wuxian felt these pictures and sword will flew on his body. Even a willow branch could cut mountains apart. Then how about a sword? He had a sword body and was therefore very sensitive towards swords. He was immersed in the scene as if he had turned into a sword, or a trace of sword will himself. In the past, his master had told him that the sword will from a really powerful person cross thousands of miles and kill his enemy. This was the so-called killing a person from thousands of miles away, and not leaving a trace behind. Yi Futian was similarly trying to feel his surroundings. Here the laws governing various elements were running. When he activated the freedom meditation, he was able to see everything more clearly. He recalled the battle between the third brother and Lu Nantian from Donghua clan in Chaoga City. The powers that Lu Nantian released that time had given him a similar feeling. Could it be that the control of various laws was the ability of a sage? Did Turtle Hermit manage to understand the secret of the sage plane? That was a legendary plane. Suddenly, two figures walked into the stone palace. Seeing them, Yi Futian and his team all stopped the cultivation. Your Majesty. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. He was surprised that the King of Lu actually appeared here with Turtle Hermit. The King of Lu smiled and did not release his might at all. Instead, he looked very friendly. Smiling, he said, "How do you feel?" "We have learned a lot," Yi Wuxian said, looking at the king. "That's great. You should spend some time cultivating here. Don't worry about things down the mountain." The king walked to Yi Wuxian and patted on his shoulders lightly. Yi Wuxian stood at his spot, feeling somewhat puzzled. What did the king's attitude mean? Was he going to agree to the marriage between Yi Wuxian and Lu Qinyu? Why then did Turtle Hermit say that Yi Wuxian had to leave, or else he would face a disaster? The king of Lu walked past Yi Wuxian and approached Yi Futian. Then he stared at Yi Futian. "Your Majesty," Yi Futian said. "You don't have to be so polite." The king smiled and said, "Yi Futian, I have a favor to ask of you." Yi Futian's face was filled with doubt. Looking at the king, he said, "Your Majesty, please speak." "Take care of Feiyang and Qinyu in the future," the king said. Yi Futian stared at the king. Lu Kingdom was a top force of Eastern Barren territory, and the king was the lord of the kingdom. Why would he say such words? It must be that the king knew something bad was going to happen. "I'll definitely do my best." Yi Futian nodded solemnly. "Thanks," the king said, smiling. He similarly patted Yi Futian on the shoulder. "Work hard to cultivate. The future of Eastern Barren territory belongs to all of you." After that, he looked at his son Lu Feiyang. Then he turned around and left the stone palace. Turtle Hermit accompanied him out as well. Yi Wuxian frowned and kept standing at his spot. After sending the king out of the stone palace, Turtle Hermit returned and said, "Don't worry and concentrate on cultivating. Since the king has promised you, nothing will happen in the imperial palace." Clearly, he was referring to Lu Qinyu. Yi Wuxian nodded and continued to cultivate. In the Lu Kingdom imperial palace, Qin Yuan went to the princess pavilion where Lu Qinyu was at. "Prince Qin, what is it?" Lu Qinyu asked softly. Her tone was flat, but it gave people a sense of distance. "Just now, I went to Turtle Mountain and experienced the illusion there. During the trial of character, I actually saw you. Therefore, after I returned to the palace, I just want to come and see you." Qin Yuan's handsome face was filled with a gentle smile. The distortion and ferocity he had on his face on Turtle Mountain had completely vanished. Furthermore, Qin Yuan's smile seemed to contain a magical charm that would cause others to have a good feeling about him. Even though Lu Qinyu did not like him, she still could not really hate him after looking at his face. It was not because he was good-looking, but rather it seemed to have a special power. Lu Qinyu did not reply to his words. What could she say? I have nothing else. I only wanted to come here and take a look. Bye. Qin Yuan was very polite. Then he turned around and left in a very appropriate manner. Beside Lu Qinyu, her servant said, Princess, the Prince of Qin is really handsome. He seems to have been born with such a charm. I'm sure everyone wants to get close to him. The servant said so only because Lu Qinyu's character was good. Otherwise she would not dare to say this. A strange expression appeared on Lu Qinyu's face. She knew that her servant was right. However, at the moment she suddenly thought of another person and a gentle smile appeared on her face. He really made it to the peak of Turtle Mountain. After Qin Yuan left, they waited for the king of Lu to return. Then they paid the king a visit, but the king of Lu did not give them a reply. He only invited all the visitors to a feast and said that he would announce the result after Yi Wuqian, and the rest returned from Turtle Mountain. The people from the Lu Kingdom Imperial City were also waiting for the news. Yi Wuqian climbed Turtle Mountain, and they were all wondering if the king would really choose him. In the few days that followed, Qin Yuan would visit the princess pavilion where Lu Qinyu was at every single day. Each time he would only stay for a short while, which was very appropriate. Even the king of Lu knew about this. However, he also had no reasons to stop Qin Yuan from doing so. After Yi Wuqian returned in a few days' time, he would announce the outcome. By that time, what other excuses could Qin dynasty find? One day in the pavilion where Qin Li resided, there were only Qin Li and Qin Yuan. You still haven't settled Lu Qinyu? Qin Li frowned and stared at Qin Yuan with a sharp look. Lu Qinyu's level is only slightly lower than mine. I need time, Qin Yuan said. But we don't have time. You already saw that old king's attitude yourself. After Yi Wuqian returns, he will announce the outcome. By that time, our plan will have failed, Qin Li said coldly. This failed because of you. I'll give you 2 more days and you must take down Lu Qinyu completely. Don't you like such a beauty? Some gloominess flashed across Qin Yuan's eyes. He was more interested in Chu Yaoyao, the lovely virgin of Moon Clan. If he had the chance, he would certainly make Chu Yaoyao submit before him. Isn't it too risky? Qin Yuan asked. Even if it is exposed, Lu Kingdom will not dare to kill you because of your identity. If Lu Kingdom really assaults you, you will have contributed to the success of the plan instead, Qin Li said emotionlessly. If father's plan is affected, you'll be responsible for it. I got it. Qin Yuan nodded. Then he turned around and left. Looking at his back, some coldness flashed across Qin Li's eyes. Naturally, he knew that Qin Yuan would love to kill him. Such a worthless idiot actually dreams of obtaining the throne, but he is good-looking. He is indeed the child of that slut. Chapter 327. Outrageous Murderous Intent. Chapter 327. Outrageous Murderous Intent. In the evening, Qin Yuan came to the pavilion Lu Qinyu was at again. Many people in the imperial palace were already used to it. Everyone also knew that Lu Qinyu obviously liked Yi Wuqian. Qin Yuan was but wasting his time. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan was a guest. Every day, he would greet the rest politely, so the Lu Kingdom also could not chase him out. Stepping into Lu Qinyu's pavilion, Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with gloominess. He was in an extremely bad mood. In the first place, he was already unhappy that he had to come to Lu Kingdom to be the king's son-in-law. Today he actually had to do such a dangerous thing. Qin Li was correct in that he indeed hoped that Qin Li would suffer a miserable death. But what could he do? Although his mother, concubine Nan, was loved by the king of Qin, he knew clearly that it was because his mother had relied on her ability. The king of Qin loved concubine Nan only because of certain reasons. However, the king's real goal was the world, and only the crown prince Qin Yu was his heir, while Qin Li was Qin Yu's heir. On the other hand, he appeared to be having a good life, but in reality, his status was extremely petty before Qin Yu and Qin Li. Today he did not want to come here at all. This was the Lu Kingdom Imperial Palace. It was easy for Qin Li to do merely the talking, But he knew that this would be very dangerous. However, what else could he do? Qin Yu was already the crown prince at the moment, and the king of Qin was passing his authority to Qin Yu gradually. Qin Yu was very powerful in Qin dynasty now, and nobody dared to disobey his orders. The fate of Qin Yuan and his mother was all in the hand of Qin Yu. This time, the order Qin Yu had given him was that he must complete the plan. Otherwise, he would bear the full responsibility. Before Qin Yu, he could not fight back at all. That bastard! Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with ferocity. He stepped into the courtyard and very quickly, his look turned normal again. The usual charming smile appeared on his face. Prince Qin. The servant came to welcome him. Seeing the charming face of Qin Yuan, the look of the servant turned somewhat infatuated, as if she was lost. Out! I have something to discuss with Princess Qin Yu. With a gentle look on his face, Qin Yuan smiled at the servant. His eyes seemed to be filled with a mysterious color. The servant looked very lost and she nodded gently. Then she walked outside the pavilion. It was as if she would obey all of Qin Yuan's orders at the moment. Qin Yuan continued walking and approached Lu Qinyu. Seeing Qin Yuan come again, Lu Qinyu was quite unhappy, but she could only tolerate it. For some reason, every time Qin Yuan arrived, she could not really hate him, as if his face really had a special charm. Qinyu. Qin Yuan's voice was very gentle, and he looked at Lu Qinyu with much admiration. Prince Qin, what is it? Hearing the way Qin Yuan called her, Lu Qinyu frowned gently. Are you willing to be my wife? Qin Yuan asked. Prince Qin, please do not drivel. I have something else to settle. Please leave, Lu Qinyu said in an unhappy tone. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled. Bitch, you want this yourself. Qin Yuan's look changed suddenly as if he had turned more intriguing. A mysterious spiritual power was released from his body and turned into an invisible radiance. It made him look so charming that anyone looking at him would feel lost. Lu Qinyu looked at Qin Yuan and felt as if she was being attracted to him. It felt very weird. What's happening? Lu Qinyu felt an ominous presentiment. A mysterious and powerful spiritual energy engulfed Lu Qinyu directly. At this instant, she only felt somewhat lost and very tired. Faintly, it was as if the person standing before her was not Qin Yuan but rather Yi Wuqian. Lu Qinyu knew that something bad was happening, but her spiritual will was constantly being weakened and eroded. Eventually, she stood motionlessly at her spot, looking lost. Bitch, since you chose this path, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Yuan's look was extremely gloomy. He did not want to do this. After all, this was at Lu Kingdom. But what other choice did he have? His heart was filled with resentment at the moment. He hated Qin Li, hated the king of Lu, and hated Lu Qinyu. This bitch. Am I any lesser than Yi Wuqian? Qin Yuan's personality was distorted due to the environment he had grown up in. On Turtle Mountain, when his willpower was at its weakest, he had already exposed his true, distorted self in the illusion. At the moment, this was also the case. He was like a two-faced person. He was the gentle, talented, and handsome Prince Qin, but also the petty Qin Yuan who could only live in the shadows. Even his ability was one which was unpresentable and disdained by others. However, whenever he used this ability on women, it had always been very effective. His smile became gentle and charming again. He approached Lu Qinyu step by step and looked at the pure and proud beauty before him. He reached out his arm and stroked her fine hair and beautiful face. Qinyu, you're so beautiful. Qin Yuan's voice was extremely gentle. Although Lu Qinyu was not one of the top 3 beauties of Eastern Barren Territory, she was also a famous beauty. She was the noble princess of Lu Kingdom and had a unique kind of charm. At the moment, she was standing quietly before him, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. This further stimulated the distortion in Qin Yuan's heart. Didn't she want to reject me? Then, how about after I get her body? His fingers slid down from her stunningly beautiful face and touched her exquisite neck gently. Then, he placed his hand on her shoulder. Reaching out both of his hands, Qin Yuan took off Lu Qinyu's outer clothing. Her white shoulders were flawless, and her sexy clavicle was so captivating. Lu Qinyu's body trembled gently. She looked like she was in pain, and her spirit was also struggling. She seemed to have realized what she was experiencing and wanted to break free from the control. However, she felt so powerless at the moment and could not concentrate at all. As if there was a prison that locked her spirit inside. She felt terrible. So beautiful, Qin Yuan exclaimed. He had only seen a small part of her body, and it was already so fascinating. His look alternated between being gentle and being distorted. He moved his head close to Lu Qinyu's ears and neck, and enjoyed the smell from the beauty before him. An enchanted look appeared on his face. Help! A soft and low voice came out from Lu Qinyu's mouth. Qin Yuan frowned and walked closer to Lu Qinyu, continuing to release his powerful spiritual energy. She actually can still resist? He heard some footsteps behind him. The servant was walking back again. Because it was in the imperial palace, Lu Qinyu only had a servant to take care of her. There were no guards because none were needed. Who would dare to assault the princess in the imperial palace? Unexpectedly, this happened today. Qin Yuan was not in a hurry. He turned his head slowly and glanced at the servant. He released his spiritual energy and a special charm bloomed. He said to the servant, "Wait outside." Okay. The servant felt somewhat lost. She nodded obediently, after which she left. "Qinyu, nobody will disturb us. You will feel happy, and in the future you will be my wife. All I have done is to bring this fantastic process forward," Qin Yuan said with a ferocious look on his face. "You're really strong and can still shout even in this situation." Qin Yuan took off another one of her shirts, and there was only a thin undergarment covering Lu Qinyu. Her sexy body caused Qin Yuan to take a deep breath. Even Yi Wuqian has probably not enjoyed this scene before. Tears flew down from the corners of Lu Qinyu's eyes. Her body started to tremble. At the moment, Yi Wuqian and his team landed outside the imperial palace and stepped into the palace straight away. They could have spent more time cultivating, after all, it was really a rare opportunity. But Yi Wuqian was too bothered by the events in the Lu Kingdom and could not concentrate. Therefore, the group returned from the mountain. Fortunately, after their return, they did not hear any bad news. The king of Lu was waiting for them to announce his decision, so nothing bad should have happened. "Shall we go to Qinyu's place?" Lu Feiyang said. Yep, Yi Wuqian nodded. After experiencing the events on Turtle Mountain, he seemed to know his thoughts more clearly. Even his feelings towards Lu Qinyu became more intense. The group headed towards the princess pavilion directly. At the same time, in the pavilion where Qin Li was at, a noble informed Qin Li, "Yi Futian and his team are back. They are heading towards Lu Qinyu's place." Some sharpness flashed across Qin Li's eyes. Qin Yuan has already been there for some time. What a perfect moment. Making Qin Yuan the king's son-in-law had never been the goal of Qin dynasty. They were already not interested in allying with the Lu kingdom anymore. In the pavilion where Lu Qinyu was, Qin Yuan was still enjoying the beauty before him. She was really beautiful, much more beautiful than any of the women he had played before. He was thinking how she would compare to the top 3 beauties of Eastern Barren territory. His hands slid across her tender skin and were about to remove the last barrier. Tears flew down Lu Qinyu's cheeks continuously. Her body trembled constantly and she was in great pain. A crying beauty will make people want to pamper her even more. "I'll treat you very gently," Qin Yuan said, placing his hands on the thin undergarment. However, suddenly someone outside shouted, "Princess, are you here?" Qin Yuan's hands froze at the spot. He quickly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on Lu Qinyu. Some footsteps came from the outside. They sounded very urgent. Very soon a group of people appeared. Yi Wuqian, Lu Feiyang, and Yi Futian walked in first and saw the scene before them. Lu Qinyu's shirts were messy as if they had been put on randomly, while Qin Yuan's hands were placed on her clothes. Lu Qinyu stood there motionlessly and her face was filled with tears. Boom! A violent rage erupted from Lu Feiyang's body. "Bastard!" Lu Feiyang roared in a hoarse voice as he rushed forward. Yi Wuqian approached Lu Qinyu like a straight sword and shouted, "Qinyu." As he spoke, he helped Lu Qinyu to put on her clothes properly. "Her spiritual energy has been attacked," Yi Futian said. A trace of sword will emerged from the center of Yi Wuqian's eyebrows and entered Lu Qinyu's mind. "Qinyu." Yi Wuqian's voice spread continuously in Lu Qinyu's mind. Suddenly, her body trembled and she broke free from the control. She stared at Yi Wuqian and tears flew down her face constantly. Her body trembled fiercely, as if she had just experienced the most terrifying thing. Looking at her expression, Yi Wuqian only felt extremely guilty and painful. He hugged her tightly and said gently, "Qin Yu, it's all right now. I am here." Yi Wuqian stared at Qin Yuan, who was behind her. His look seemed to be from the deepest part of hell, and his murderous intent filled the sky. Chapter 328 Kill. Chapter 328 Kill. Seeing Yi Wuqian's eyes, Qin Yuan's heart trembled gently and he felt somewhat scared. "I didn't do anything," Qin Yuan said. Then his body flashed into the air in an attempt to escape from the place. Qin Li had said that his life would not be in danger, but clearly, he did not believe in that. A person could do anything in anger and would not care about the consequences. Now all he needed to do was to escape from the place and wait for these people to calm down. He also did not expect them to come here at this moment and interrupt his business. Originally, after he did what he was going to do, Lu Kingdom would be forced to take him as the princess's husband. "You still want to leave?" Lu Feiyang charged towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's look turned monstrous and his spiritual energy erupted wildly, piercing into Lu Feiyang's mind. At this instant, Lu Feiyang finally understood what a terrifying thing his sister had experienced. Everyone knew that the king of Qin and concubine Nan had a son named Qin Yuan. He was very talented and liked by the king. However, his existence was not really strongly felt in the outside world because he seldom appeared outside. Very few people knew what his ability was. Only at this very moment did Lu Feiyang finally know Qin Yuan's ability. "Stop him!" Lu Feiyang roared. Immediately, many imperial guards appeared outside the pavilion. They ascended into the sky and stopped Qin Yuan in midair. "Take him down," Lu Feiyang shouted coldly. Among the guards who had appeared, there was a noble. His might enveloped the place and he reached out his hand towards Qin Yuan directly. "You dare to touch me?" Qin Yuan roared coldly. However, the incoming hand still continued forward and grabbed him directly. "Let me go!" Qin Yuan shouted in anger. "I am the son of the king of Qin." Many people ran over from the distance one after another. The king of Lu was here himself. Today, he had invited several lords and ministers to discuss the proposal of Qin dynasty. Little did he expect something to happen here. When the king and the rest arrived, they saw Yi Wuqian hugging Lu Qinyu, whose shirts were messed up. Then they noticed the scene in front of them and roughly understood what had happened. Immediately, an appalling might was emitted from the king of Lu and engulfed Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan could clearly feel the murderous intent spreading from the king. "Your Majesty, I didn't do anything. You can't do anything to me." Qin Yuan looked at the king in fear. This was the Lu Kingdom imperial palace after all. If the king really wanted to kill him at all costs, he would certainly die. Crack. The king of Lu clenched his fists and his murderous intent did not weaken at all. Did Qin Yuan do such an inhuman thing because he was confident that the king did not dare to touch him? This place was, after all, the imperial palace of Lu Kingdom. Qin Yuan actually wanted to do something to the princess of the Lu Kingdom in the princess pavilion. How daring that was! This was more than just going too far. Qin Yuan was certainly frenzied. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Suddenly, someone walked to the king and bowed. It was Lord Kong. "Your Majesty." Another person walked out and bowed at the king. Although they did not say much, everyone knew that they were reminding the king to be calm. They could all feel the rage and murderous intent of the king at the moment. However, if he really killed Qin Yuan impulsively, the consequences would be unimaginable. The cultivators from Qin dynasty would surely come to Lu Kingdom. "Calm down." The king of Lu glanced at those who spoke. His face was gloomy and his murderous intent did not decrease at all. Suddenly, Lu Qinyu walked out from Yi Wuqian's arms. She stared coldly at Qin Yuan and an extremely strong murderous intent could be seen. "Kill him," Lu Feiyang said to the noble who was holding Qin Yuan. "Your Majesty, we must not do that." Lord Kong tried to stop him. Looking at the king again, he shouted, "Your Majesty." The king of Lu clenched his fists firmly. He knew that once he said the phrase "kill him," the Qin dynasty would have an excuse to attack the Lu Kingdom. Suddenly, there was the sound of people moving in the air, and another group of cultivators arrived. It was Qin Li and the others from Qin dynasty. In the distance, the people from other top forces were all alarmed as they observed the situation from afar. What is happening? So many people have actually gathered there, they thought. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Why are you seizing my uncle? Looking at the scene, Qin Li frowned as if he did not know about this at all. Qin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Qin Li and the people from Qin dynasty had arrived, so the king of Lu should probably be calmer now. Qin Li, I really admired the princess and only wanted to be closer to her. But I didn't do anything else. Help me to persuade His Majesty, Qin Yuan said. Qin Li's eyes sparkled. He looked at Qin Yuan and said, Uncle, how could you be so confused? After that, he looked at the king of Lu and said, Your Majesty, perhaps my uncle was attracted by the princess and was worried that you would not agree to our proposal. Fortunately, he did not do anything. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. My uncle will be responsible for this, and will be married to Princess Chenyu in a proper manner. Everyone was puzzled by Qin Li's words, especially Lu Feiyang and Yi Wuqian. Their look turned extremely icy. Qin Yuan did such an inhuman thing, and yet Qin Li said that luckily, he did not do anything. Furthermore, he said that the price Qin Yuan would pay for this was to be married to Lu Chenyu in a proper way. There were no punishments and Qin dynasty and Qin Yuan would benefit instead. How ridiculous this was. Yet, Qin Li said it as if it was only reasonable and right. The king of Lu stared at Qin Li. Did Qin Li even take his existence into account? Father, kill him. Lu Feiyang's eyes were blood red. His sister had been humiliated in such a way, but Qin Li actually asked Qin Yuan to marry her. How absurd. Do you know what you are saying? The king of Lu said. Staring at Qin Li bowed slightly at the king and said, Then, Your Majesty, please kill him. Everyone stared at Qin Li, including the king. However, Qin Li looked at Qin Yuan and said, My uncle did nothing too terrible. You kill him and the army from the Qin dynasty will come. Your Majesty, is that what you want? Are you threatening me? The king said. I would not dare, Qin Li said out loud. He bowed at the king and continued, I am but telling the truth. Your Majesty, if you have agreed to our proposal earlier, this would not have happened. But it already did. Are you really going to destroy the relationship between the two kingdoms, or even start a war just because of this? For now, the best way not to ruin the princess's reputation would be to let my uncle be married to her properly, Qin Li said with much confidence and composure as if no one was beside him. Many people stared coldly at him, but he did not seem to mind at all. Nobody knew what he was thinking, or why he was behaving so wildly. Your Majesty, if the Prince of Qin really marries the princess, it would be good for her as well, Lord Kong urged. That's right, Your Majesty. Many people nodded one after another. They could clearly see Qin Li's dominant attitude and were frightened as well. If Qin Yuan was really killed and the army from Qin dynasty came to attack the Lu kingdom, their safety would be compromised. You bastards! Someone scolded. A noble also said emotionlessly, You can actually say something so shameless. There were obviously also people who had moral integrity. The king of Lu looked at these people. When the people from Qin dynasty just arrived at the imperial city, they visited all the lords and ministers. Was that why the situation was like this now? Your Majesty, calm down first. You are also doing this for the princess. Some people did not speak aloud but instead transferred their words to the king's ears secretly. Thud. Suddenly everyone heard a soft noise. Chenyu. Everyone looked below them where they saw a sharp blade formed from spiritual qi pierced directly into Lu Chenyu's body, right before her heart. Her black eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at the people in the sky. So many people from the Lu kingdom actually suggested that she should be married to Qin Yuan. Chenyu, why are you doing this? I told you that I am already here. Yi Wuqian hugged Lu Chenyu in his arms. He did not look at her directly, and his eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame. I know. Lu Chenyu nodded. She looked at Yi Wuqian very gently and held his hand tightly as if he was the only person she could trust. Chenyu. The king of Lu also did not expect his daughter to be so determined. He similarly felt very guilty and that he had mistreated his daughter. Princess, your reaction is too intense. You don't have to do this, Qin Li said. My uncle will not disappoint you. Shut up. Yu Sheng roared at Qin Li and clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. Suddenly, Yi Futian stepped out and walked towards Qin Yuan. Yi Wuchen also approached Lu Feiyang and said, "Feiyang, help me to take care of Qinyu." Then he passed Lu Qinyu and went to Lu Feiyang. He walked forward and caught up with Yi Futian, after which he said, "Let me do it." Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuchen. Then he stopped moving forward. "What do you want to do?" Qin Yuan stared coldly at the incoming Yi Wuchen. A terrifying sword qi whizzed on Yi Wuchen's body. In his hand there was an extremely sharp sword will. Everyone stared at him. Someone from the Lu kingdom shouted, "How dare you? Yi Wuchen, how dare you do this?" Qin Li also roared, but his body remained in the original spot and he did not move at all. Yi Wuchen accelerated and turned into a blade of light. "Bring him away," someone from the Lu kingdom shouted at the person holding Qin Yuan. "Let me go." Qin Yuan also struggled as he tried to break free. However, Yi Wuchen had already arrived. His palm struck out like a sword and a beam of light flashed across before vanishing. The noble from the Lu kingdom let go of Qin Yuan, but Qin Yuan only reached out his hands, trembling, and covered his neck. Their blood was flowing out slowly. His body trembled fiercely, and his usually charming eyes were only filled with an endless fear at the moment. Holding his neck, Qin Yuan turned around with difficulty and looked at Qin Li, who was still standing at his spot. He stared at Qin Li firmly and his face became distorted and looked very ferocious. He wanted to say something, but the blood from his neck started to gush out like a spring. He could not speak and only stared at Qin Li with a vicious look. Finally, Qin Yuan's body collapsed to the ground and started twitching. Even he did not expect himself to actually die here. Chapter 329 Storm Incoming. Chapter 329. Storm incoming very soon. Qin Yuan's body stopped moving and became motionless. His blood colored the entire ground. Everyone froze. The imperial palace fell into a terrifying silence. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of the king of Qin, came to the Lu kingdom to propose a marriage. Now he died in the Lu kingdom imperial palace. Whatever the cause of his death might be, he was already dead now. What would the consequences be? Many lords and ministers stared very coldly at Yi Wuchen. They looked as if they wanted to eat Yi Wuchen alive. The king of Lu looked at Yi Wuchen similarly. His expression was very complicated and he could not keep calm. Could he blame Yi Wuchen? Yi Wuchen did this for his daughter Qinyu. At the instant when he landed the strike, the consequences he would need to face were already destined. It did not matter if he was the swordmaster of the 7th summit of Futian sword clan or not. The person he killed was the youngest son of the king of Qin. Even if the son of the leader of Futian sword clan did this, his outcome would still be the same. However, Yi Wuchen did not hesitate at all. He struck out that hit so resolutely. Even at this moment, his look was still so firm and calm, and his one-armed body still stood straight. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lu Qinyu's face was already wet with tears. The warmth that this strike brought her far exceeded the pain she had suffered. When Qin Yuan did such an inhuman thing in her house, the Lu Kingdom Imperial Palace, many lords and ministers did not speak for her. They did not punish Qin Yuan and were even discussing marrying her to him. How ridiculous and desperate this was. Because of that, she stabbed herself with a sharp blade. She was so desperate and wanted to show these people her attitude, even if she might die. Even her father, the king of Lu Kingdom, was hesitating. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen directly attacked and killed the person who humiliated her. She looked at Yi Wuchen and her eyes were filled with resolution. In this lifetime she would accompany him regardless of what would happen. She would live if he was alive and die if he was to die. In the distance, the people from various forces looked at the scene. Different thoughts raced through their minds. As for Qin Li, there seemed to be a sneer in the depth of his emotionless eyes. He finally died. Qin Li thought. Of course he knew why Qin Yuan looked at him like that before he died. Qin Yuan was not stupid. Instead, he was extremely clever. Qin Li was the one who had ordered Qin Yuan to do what he did. Just now, he clearly had the chance to save Qin Yuan, but he did not. Because this was the real plan. Qin Li did not expect it to work out so easily. Even Qin Yuan did not know why they came to propose the marriage this time. Only Qin Li knew everything. Alliance through marriage? They did not need it. Qin dynasty was not interested in allying with the Lu kingdom, because it would be meaningless. The king of Lu was very cunning. At most, he would only sacrifice Lu Qinyu in the marriage, and ultimately, he would still not listen to Qin dynasty's commands. Now what the Qin dynasty really needed was a battle, one that would shock the entire Eastern Barren territory. They not only needed a battle, but also an overpowering victory, and they needed it urgently. Just like what the king of Lu had thought, the few disciples of the cottage had already grown to this level. How could Qin dynasty wait for them to become even stronger? They had already planned many things. Now they needed a battle that would ignite the whole situation. Therefore the scene just now happened. If he really tried to stop everything, nobody could really kill Qin Yuan unless of course the king of Lu wanted him dead himself. If he stepped in, Yi Wuqian's powers would be insignificant. Qin Li was extremely excited. A useless bastard died, and they completed the plan perfectly. How could he not be excited? Of course he would not display it. At the moment, his body was only filled with a cold, murderous aura. The people from Qin dynasty went beside Qin Yuan one after another. Their cold and terrifying aura engulfed the space. "Take him down," someone shouted coldly. The person who gave the order first was actually a minister from the Lu kingdom. The lords and ministers stared firmly at Yi Wuqian with an extremely cold look. Although Qin Yuan was killed by Yi Wuqian, he died in the Lu kingdom imperial palace. He came here to propose marriage. Sword Qi whizzed in the air as the cultivators from the 7th summit of Futian sword clan went before Yi Wuqian to protect him. "Who dares to touch him?" Lu Feiyang roared angrily. He was still holding Lu Qinyu. Suddenly, Lu Qinyu stepped forward. Dragging her injured body, she walked towards Yi Wuqian step by step. Yi Futian similarly stared coldly at the people around. These bastards. He naturally knew the consequences that might be caused by Yi Wuqian killing Qin Yuan, but he did not stop Yi Wuqian. Lu Qinyu was Yi Wuqian's girl. If such a thing happened to Hua Jieyu, he would kill the culprit as well. If Yi Wuqian did not kill Qin Yuan, he would no longer be his true self. His sword would also no longer be sharp. "People from the 7th summit, get out of the way." Suddenly, another group of cultivators whizzed over in the air. It was the people from the 1st summit of Futian sword clan. Among them, Zhisong stared at Yi Wuqian and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Wuqian was from Futian sword clan. Because he killed Qin Yuan, they had to give him away. If the people from the 7th summit wanted to protect him, it would surely affect the whole Futian sword clan. Sword Wolf flew on the cultivators from the 7th summit. A terrifying sword Qi whizzed and they did not back away at all. The sword of the 7th summit would not give way to its enemies. Qin Yuan deserved to die. The atmosphere in the imperial palace was extremely tense. On the ground, Qin Yuan's corpse was still lying there. But there was no longer anyone who cared about his death. All anybody cared about at the moment was the consequences his death would bring. Everyone was thinking about his own benefits and losses. Lu Qinyu approached Yi Wuqian and stared at him. The event had changed their affections from lukewarm to scorching hot. She went beside Yi Wuqian and then leaned on his body quietly. Yi Wuqian looked at her similarly. He extended his right arm and held her gently. Lifting his head, he looked at the people around him. There was no fear in his eyes at all. If he was afraid of death, he would not have killed Qin Yuan. Lu Feiyang looked at the two who were surrounded by many cultivators. Yet the scene at the moment seemed so warm. His eyes were actually filled with a terrifying red light. Staring at the king of Lu, he shouted, "Father!" The king's heart trembled. He was also affected by the scene before him and felt very guilty. That was his daughter. She was humiliated in such a way in the palace, but he did not manage to do anything for her. On the other hand, Yi Wuqian attacked the perpetrator directly. What did the ministers under him do? They wanted his daughter to be married to the man who humiliated her. Crack. The king clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with coldness. "Uncle." Suddenly, Qin Li walked to Qin Yuan's corpse and said, "You came to the Lu kingdom to propose marriage. At first, you wanted to be married to the princess in a gorgeous manner. But you ended up like this." After that, he raised his head. Glancing coldly at the king and Yi Wuqian, he said, Your Majesty, how do you plan to solve this problem? What do you want? The king asked, staring at Qin Li. Hand the 3 of them to me. Also, kill the people from the 7th summit of Futian Sword Clan, Qin Li said. He wanted to bring back Yi Wuxian, Lu Qinyu and Lu Feiyang. Furthermore, he wanted the people from the Lu Kingdom to kill the people from the 7th summit. What if I don't agree? The king said. My uncle did not die for nothing. Qin Li's tone was emotionless, but he appeared to be very domineering. Your Majesty, please think of the general situation, Lord Kong said to the king, bowing. Many people also started to urge the king one after another. The king looked at these people and only said one word, scram. The lords and minister were stunned for a while. Seeing the expression of the king, they bowed and left. Qin Li watched and sneered. This was, of course, the outcome he had expected. Your Majesty, I see what your attitude is, he said. Then, he looked at Zhisong and said, how about Futian Sword Clan? The death of the Prince of Qin was definitely not the intention of Futian Sword Clan. As for Yi Wuxian, do you want him dead or alive? Zhisong asked emotionlessly. I'm fine with either. Qin Li smiled. Alright, Zhisong nodded. Then he stepped forward and an appalling gust of sword qi swept out, engulfing Yi Wuxian and Lu Qinyu. The cultivators behind him also walked forward one by one. Scram, the king said again, looking at Zhisong. Zhisong's expression froze. He lifted his head to look at the king and said, this is an internal affair of Futian Sword Clan. Your Majesty, do you also want to interfere with this? This is my imperial palace, the king replied coldly. Zhisong looked at the king of Lu. Then he looked at Qin Li and said, it seems like I can only go back and report first. From this moment on, Yi Wuxian is no longer a disciple of Futian Sword Clan. We will automatically finish anyone who tries to protect him. Okay. I trust Futian Sword Clan, Qin Li nodded. Zhisong turned around and left along with the people from the first summit. Qin Li looked at the king of Lu. Then he bowed and said, Your Majesty, goodbye. Then the people from Qin dynasty brought Qin Yuan's corpse and went about to leave. Wait, someone suddenly said. Qin Li stopped and turned around slowly, eventually looking at Yi Futian. You ordered Qin Yuan to do what he did, right? Yi Futian asked. Qin Li's look froze as he stared at Yi Futian. What are you saying? From the beginning, your goal was not to propose the marriage. You seem to be neither sad nor angry about Qin Yuan's death. Yi Futian cultivated in the freedom meditation, and was thus very sensitive towards the feelings of others. Qin Li was not sad at all. Instead, Yi Futian could feel that he was excited. It was as if he was anticipating Qin Yuan's death all along. Thinking about the abnormal things that happened earlier, he suddenly realized that the Qin dynasty never wanted to ally with the Lu kingdom through marriage. The Qin dynasty wanted to rule the world, and their greatest opponent was the college cottage. They had already allied with several forces. Also, Lu Qinyu from the Lu kingdom and Yi Wuxian were very close to Yi Futian. After today's event, Lu kingdom and Yi Wuxian would be in great danger. Qin Yuan was my uncle, the brother of my father, and my grandfather's beloved child. What are you thinking about? Qin Li stared at Yi Futian and said coldly, Do you want to take the blame off of Yi Wuxian and say that my uncle's miserable death was caused by me? How ridiculous! I am thinking about whether you will have the same expression Qin Yuan had when you die. Yi Futian looked at Qin Li and did not continue to argue with him. Qin Yuan was already dead, and any argument would be meaningless. As long as they had this as an excuse, they would create huge bloodshed in Eastern Barren territory. However, no matter how this storm would evolve, Yi Futian knew that between him and Qin Li, only one would survive. Chapter 330 Pessimistic. Chapter 330. Pessimistic beside Qin Li. The Qin dynasty's powerful cultivators released their pressing energy onto Yi Futian. Meanwhile, Qin Li smirked coldly as he stared at Yi Futian and said, I was thinking the same thing. Their eyes met and both of them radiated a murderous intent. Yi Futian's eyes swept toward the guards next to Qin Li. All of them had terrifying auras. Naturally, he knew there was no way he could kill Qin Li here. Averting his gaze, Yi Futian's eyes landed on Emperor Lu. This was the Lu kingdom's imperial palace. The only way he could kill Qin Li was if Emperor Lu wanted to make him stay. Qin Li. Just then a voice rang out coldly. It was Emperor Lu. Yes, Your Majesty, answered Qin Li. Emperor Lu took a step forward and in a split second, a force of terrifying energy crushed down on Qin Li. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators of the Qin dynasty advanced beside Qin Li one by one in order to protect him. Qin Li lifted an eyebrow at Emperor Lu. Could it be that Your Majesty wishes to kill me? Emperor Lu continued forward and his outreached palm curled into a tight fist. Immediately, a horrific formless rush of air pressed onto Qin Li. It was like a giant invisible hand. Qin Li became stiff and the look on his face was not good. His body twitched here and there as if in immense pain. Boom! The nobles of the Qin dynasty released shocking forces. All of them were extremely powerful. You know well and clear what happened today. The Qin dynasty also knows. The reason why I'm not killing you is not because I don't understand, but because I want you to relay a message to Emperor Qin. Never take things too far because we will meet again. Emperor Lu stared hard at Qin Li before saying coldly, "Scram." With that said, his palm shook and with a loud boom, Qin Li's body was propelled into the air. He spat up blood following a soft groan. However, he did not care too much of it and quickly wiped the blood seeping from the corners of his lips. Staring at Emperor Lu, a dark smile appeared on his face. Qin Li didn't question Emperor Lu's intellect. It was because he believed that Emperor Lu was a smart man that he knew the emperor wouldn't kill him. Although Qin Yuan had died in the Lu Palace, not all had been lost then. Nobody knew what the Qin dynasty would do to the Lu kingdom, what methods would be used against them. But what would the Qin dynasty do if Emperor Lu really killed Qin Li? With the lives of the entire Lu royal family on the line, would Emperor Lu really disregard it all just to kill them? I will commit Your Majesty's words to memory. I shall take my leave now, said Qin Li. He turned to leave with Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengra, and the others followed behind him. Chu Yaoyao looked back and looked in a specific direction. So many feelings rushed through her. She never expected what happened today, and she didn't know the entire story behind it. But the result for the Qin dynasty's visit to the Lu kingdom was the death of Emperor Qin's youngest son, Qin Yuan. He had come to propose a marriage alliance but ended up dead right here in the Lu palace. Naturally, she knew what this event would lead to. It seemed the peace in the eastern barren territory was no longer. As Futian watched Qin Li leave, his fists clenched tight and he sighed inwardly. Emperor Lu understood that this was part of a scheme set up by the Qin dynasty. Yet he let Qin Li go. It was obvious Emperor Lu took the lives of the royal Lu family into consideration. However, Futian was not optimistic about this situation. Even though Emperor Lu didn't kill Qin Li, did it necessarily mean that the Qin dynasty would go easy on them? Futian did not think so at all. Since the Qin dynasty had gone through the lengths to set up all of this, they were most likely already well prepared for every and all scenarios. The people from other powers watched Qin Li and the others leave, and knew they should depart as well. One by one, they stepped forward to bow to Emperor Lu and left. Of course, they also knew what the events of today would mean for the future. They must hurry back to their clans and report to higher-ups in order to make appropriate countermeasures. Not far from the palace, Qin Li and his group came to a stop in the air. In a lowered voice, he said to the people next to him, "Monitor everything that goes on in the Lu Palace." Yes. Multiple nobles descended to return on land. Not leaving with Qin Li led the rest of his people further into the skies while a sinister smile escaped. In the Lu Palace, there was tension in the air outside the princess residence. Every palace official had a thought of their own. Emperor Lu had a darkened expression on his face while Lu Feiyong stood with fury in his eyes and a murderous intent radiating from him. Lu Qinyu was hurt and leaned quietly on Yi Wuchen. At this moment, she had no will to do anything but to stay peacefully in his embrace. "Qinyu, father has failed you. I'm sorry." Emperor Lu looked at his daughter with guilt-stricken eyes. His daughter Lu Qinyu, a devastating beauty as described poetry, graceful and pure as she was, had experienced such a terrible thing. All the while, as the emperor of the Lu kingdom, he couldn't protect her as a father should have. At the very end, he didn't even make all those from the Qin dynasty stay. Only Qin Yuan was killed. Lu Qinyu did not reply and remained quiet as she had been for a while. Of course, she knew her father did what he did for a reason. He had so many things to consider. But to have such a thing happen to her, one could only imagine the pain she was in. Emperor Lu lifted his head. Looking out to the crowd, he said, "Relay my order. Princess Lu Chenyu of the Lu Kingdom is now betrothed to Yi Wuchen." Only then did Yi Wuchen and Lu Chenyu lift their heads to look at the emperor. Although this was something they wanted, it was hard to be happy at a time like this. The officials standing around did not have a single word to say. At this point, it was useless to attempt to convince Emperor Lu otherwise. "You can all go now." Emperor Lu waved his hand at the officials, signaling for them to leave. "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone nodded and left, contemplating what they would overcome this difficult situation. When everyone was gone, Emperor Lu's attention returned onto Yi Futian's group. "I'll go get some medicine. You guys wait here," he said. The emperor left after that. Yi Futian turned around to look at Yi Wuchen and Lu Chenyu. He watched Yi Wuchen wrap his one arm around Lu Chenyu and told her, "I will kill Qin Li." His voice was filled with determination. He sounded so sure, nobody would question his determination. Whether it be Yi Wuchen or Yi Futian and their other friends, everyone wanted Qin Li dead. Not long after, Emperor Lu returned with a jade green bottle. He arrived beside Lu Chenyu, but instead of feeding the medicine to Lu Chenyu, the emperor handed the bottle to Yi Wuchen. "You should do it." Yi Wuchen nodded and supported Lu Chenyu as they sat on the ground. His arm lifted the bottle to Lu Chenyu's lips and fed her the liquid medicine. Qi rushed through her body, a flow of life. A jade green light radiated from her wound, which slowly began to heal. This was obviously a sacred healing medicine treasured by the Lu Kingdom. After that, Emperor Lu took out an intricate-looking box and opened it in front of Yi Wuchen. Inside was a sword with an extremely thin blade. It looked to be light as a feather, and the light reflected off the blade seemed cold and cutting. Under the sword was an ancient book, weathered and pages yellowed. "These are treasures of my kingdom. This sword and a book on sword tactics. A dowry of sorts. Take it," Emperor Lu said to Yi Wuchen. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Yi Wuchen nodded. The emperor's attention turned to Yi Futian before placing another open box onto the ground. In the ancient box was a long robe. It almost looked transparent, shining with silver. A hint of spiritual qi could be felt from the robe. It was obviously a ritual implement. "You're a disciple of the cottage, so naturally, your cultivation should be guided by the people of the cottage. There isn't much I can give you. This sorcerer's robe has the ability to disguise. Perhaps it will be of help to you in the future." Emperor Lu handed the robe over to Yi Futian and continued, "As a favor, I asked you to take care of Feiyang and Chenyu. But now that things have progressed to this point, I can only be thick-skinned and beg you to bring them to the college. Even though their gifts are not enough to get them into the cottage, they are qualified enough to enter the college." Yi Futian stared at Emperor Lu. As the leader of an entire country, he was here begging Yi Futian. It was obvious he anticipated the dangers that could come, but even so, he still let Qin Li go. "If Your Majesty is so pessimistic of the Lu Kingdom's future, why didn't you take care of those people from the Qin dynasty?" asked Yi Futian. "What's the point of killing them? Would it be enough to destroy the Qin dynasty?" said Emperor Lu. "On the contrary, killing them would give the Qin the perfect excuse to attack us. Right now, even if they use the death of Qin Yuan as an excuse, the people of the world are not idiots. If the Qin did something wrong, other clans in the Eastern Barren Territory and the people of the world will obviously be able to see." Yi Futian didn't have anything to say. Emperor Lu continued to explain, "I already gave orders to get everyone out of the palace. Hopefully, the Qin dynasty doesn't plan to wipe us out completely. Other than that, I plan on escorting you guys back to the college personally. There's no time to waste, let's head out now." "All right," nodded Yi Futian. The Qin dynasty didn't dare to make a move on him just yet, but the same could not be said for Yi Wuchen, Lu Chenyu, and the others. They had to leave the Lu Palace immediately and hurry back to the cottage to see if his senior brothers and sisters were willing to help. "Wuchen, let's go." Yi Futian turned his head and said. Yi Wuchen supported Lu Chenyu as she got up. Emperor Lu personally escorted them. He led them to the Lu Kingdom's entrance to the ancient barren world. Then Emperor Lu, Yi Wuchen, and other powerful cultivators entered the upper ancient barren world. Yi Futian and Yu Shang were still not in the Arcana plane, so they could only enter the lower world. All of them made plans to meet up at the exit to the college. The news got out from the Lu Palace and spread through the imperial city like a forest fire. Everyone was in fear and had the feeling that a horrific storm was about to hit the country. When these people had arrived, everyone gossiped about Emperor Qin's youngest son, Qin Yuan, and how he planned to ask for the princess hand in marriage. They gossiped about whether Qin Yuan and Lu Qinyu looked good together. But now there was the sudden news that Lu Qinyu almost committed suicide and the Qin prince Qin Yuan was killed in the Lu Palace. Also, Emperor Lu ordered that Lu Qinyu be betrothed to Yi Wuqian. This was all too shocking. Even the common people had a feeling that the Eastern Barren territory was going to be shaken up. What would the Qin dynasty do? People left the palace gradually. Emperor Lu had actually ordered for everyone in the palace to disperse. This made the citizens of the Lu kingdom understand. Emperor Lu didn't think it was at all possible to go against the Qin dynasty. He was truly pessimistic about this situation. The people from the various powers returned to their own clans. All of them had originally thought that the Qin dynasty had genuinely wanted to create a marriage alliance with the Lu kingdom and have the Lu follow the Qin. However, it was now clear that they had all been wrong. From the looks of things, this was the Qin dynasty's first move against the Lu kingdom. From this move, it was also obvious to them just how confident the Qin were. What was going to happen in the next battle? Was the Lu kingdom, a top power in the Eastern Barren territory, going to be wiped off the map for good? Chapter 331 Arrogant Qinyu. Chapter 331 Arrogant Qinyu. The college, entrance to the ancient barren world. When Yi Futian and Yushang got there, Yi Wuqian, Lu Qinyu, and the rest had already arrived and were waiting. "Where is His Majesty?" asked Yi Futian. "Father returned to the Lu kingdom right after escorting us here," said Lu Feiyang. He was a little resentful about how things turned out, but Emperor Lu was his father after all. He also understood that as the leader of an entire country, his father had to consider the citizens. He also had other children to think of, as Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu weren't his only offspring. But because of their relationship with Yi Futian, Emperor Lu only put the two of them under Yi Futian's care. Everyone else was in much greater danger than they were. Yi Futian nodded and sighed inwardly. "Futian." Just then Yi Wuqian spoke up. Yi Futian looked over at him and heard him continue. "Take care of Qinyu for me." Yi Futian lifted his eyebrows in confusion and replied to Yi Wuqian, "You can't go back to the Fuyun sword clan now. If the seventh lord was in charge of the clan, perhaps nothing would happen." However, in the Lu Palace, Shisong's attitude was clear to see. It was dangerous for Yi Wuqian to return to Fuyun. In order to separate themselves from this situation, it was very possible that the clan would choose to sacrifice Yi Wuqian and hand him over to the Qin dynasty. Lu Qinyu also looked at Yi Wuqian. She pulled on his hand, not wanting him to leave. "Swordmaster, you should stay at the college temporarily. We will head back to report to the Summit Lord first. If there is any news, we will come back and let you know," said a fellow cultivator from the Fuyun Sword Clan's 7th summit. Yi Wuqian looked at him in silence and finally nodded his head lightly. "All right, if teacher has any orders for me, come let me know." He had been the one who killed Qin Yuan. He had wanted to go back and personally report to his teacher. "Okay." The group bowed to Yi Futian before excusing themselves and leaving. After watching everyone leave, Yi Futian turned to Yi Wuqian and the others. "Let's head up the mountain." They then made their way to the cottage. All around them, many students of the college watched them, some of them in confusion. Had something happened? When the disciples of the cottage saw Yi Futian and Yushang return with Yi Wuqian, Lu Qinyu, and the rest in tow, they had a feeling that something had happened. Days ago, Yi Futian had left for the Lu kingdom upon hearing of the Qin dynasty's proposal of a marriage alliance with them. If nothing happened, they wouldn't be bringing Yi Wuqian and the others back here. Yi Futian went directly to the second senior sister. Shui Yi Luofan and others came closer as well. Zhuge Hui stood in front of a small hut with her eyes on the group. She asked, "Little junior brother, are you in some trouble?" "Senior sister," Yi Futian greeted before giving a summary of what had happened in the Lu kingdom. So this would mean that the Qin dynasty came well prepared and their true intention behind the proposed marriage alliance isn't a marriage alliance at all. Zhuge Hui was an intelligent person. She saw through things like this in seconds. Her beautiful eyes turned cold. Is the Qin dynasty already operating so undisciplined? After listening to everything that happened, Luo Fan looked pissed. They were deliberately trying to start a fight, making their moves on the Lu kingdom. And to sacrifice a prince just for an excuse? What a pitiful prince. It seemed like he wasn't as doted on by Emperor Qin as the rumors had it. He wasn't of a particularly high status. Otherwise, not even Qin Yu and Qin Li would dare to orchestrate something like this. Senior sister, is there still hope for the Lu kingdom? Although Yi Futian didn't have high hopes, he still wanted to believe in a little luck. Zhuge Hui shook her head. The Qin dynasty went as far as sacrificing a prince. It's obvious that they are dead set on destroying the Lu kingdom. If I'm not wrong, the Qin troops might already be in the Lu kingdom. They had already made all the preparations, so it was obvious they weren't going to get the Lu a fighting chance. When Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu heard what Zhuge Hui said, they felt as if all hope was lost. Lu Feiyang's hands curled into tight fists, his eyes red. Yi Wuqian could feel Lu Qinyu's grip tightened on his own hand, her palm moist with perspiration. You guys can stay here at the college without a worry. No one can come here and take you away, Zhuge Hui said to them. She sighed inwardly. This might very well be the end of the Lu kingdom. The Qin dynasty was starting a war in the Eastern Barren territory. She clearly understood that the Qin's final target was the college and the cottage. Their existence was the biggest hurdle in the Qin dynasty's road to rule the entirety of the Eastern Barren territory. Just as Zhuge Hui had predicted, the Qin dynasty was well prepared and moved at the quickest speed. Qin Li and his people had also traveled through the ancient barren world to return. They broke through the entrance controlled by the Lu. This was a fact that Emperor Lu found out when he escorted Yi Futian's group into the ancient barren world. At this moment, a terrifying sight appeared in the skies above the Lu palace. Flood dragons circled the skies, growling and roaring. They gave off a frightening aura, and on the backs of these demon beasts stood many people. The Qin dynasty was here with an army of flood dragons. Right in the center of the army was a truly enormous dragon. The creature was the color of actual gold, and had what looked to be the sharpest of all claws. Standing on the back of this giant golden dragon was Qin Yu. His purple gold imperial robe danced in the wind along with strains of his long jet black hair. The look in his eyes was cold and chilling. The Qin Yu right now was nothing like the gentle crown prince of Qin dynasty seen in Chuj city. He dominated with his strong aura. He was the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, the future Emperor Qin. And he was about to be the ruler of the Eastern Barren territory. Both inside and outside the imperial palace, countless pairs of eyes fell on the back of the golden dragon at Crown Prince Qin Yu. Ages ago, after the battle of Gudonglu and Lu Nantian in Chuj city, the people had claimed that they had become the two top cultivators of the Eastern Barren territory. They all talked about how powerful and mighty they were. At that time, Qin Yu didn't make much of an impression to the people in Chaoga city. To others, he was a person who could easily be cast aside. But presently, Qin Yu stood tall in the skies. It was only just then that people realized Qin Yu was someone who could stand leveled with Lu Nantian and Gudonglu. He was one of the most powerful cultivators in the Eastern Barren territory even years ago. Emperor Qin had even invited all the power clans in the territory to witness the ceremony that made Qin Yu the crown prince. What did this mean? It meant that Emperor Qin had already acknowledged that Qin Yu had what it took to inherit the throne. At this very moment, everyone finally realized that they were about to see a very different Qin Yu, the arrogant crown prince of Qin. Father, Qin Li called out as he approached. Emperor Lu has already sent everyone in the royal family away. He personally escorted Lu Qinyu, Yi Wuqian, and the lot out of the country. They're probably at the college. Qinge, Qin Yu yelled out. A handsome figure came forward to stand beside Qin Yu. He was also a prince of the Qin dynasty, third in line and highly gifted. Bring some people to the college and ask them to hand over the person who killed our youngest brother along with the Lu spawns, said Qin Yu. Okay. Qin Gu nodded. He then led a group of people away, heading far away. Not even the college could meddle and protect the killer of a Qin prince, right? Uncle, Qin Yu called out for yet another person. An elder stepped forward. Crown Prince, go chase after the runaways from the royal Lu family, dead or alive, said Qin Yu. Yes. With a wave of the elder's hand, The flood dragons roared loudly and one of them followed after him. They went in a different direction from the last group to chase after any royals who managed to escape from the Lu kingdom. Qin Yu's eyes drifted to the space below him. He spoke coldly. My youngest brother came to the Lu kingdom to propose marriage and might a sad end in the palace. The Lu royals and their acquaintances joined hands in a scheme that killed him. Today the Qin dynasty officially declares war with the Lu kingdom. With the exception of royal descendants, anyone who willing pledges alliance to my Qin dynasty will be spared of death. Qin Yu's voice rumbled through the air. Everyone inside and outside the palace, people trembled in fear. He didn't give the Lu any chance to explain their side of the story and directly declared war. I had long tried to persuade Emperor Lu, but he refused to listen. Now he has made a terrible mistake. From below, Lord Kong rose into the skies. I am willing to pledge alliance to the Qin dynasty. Very good. Qin Yu nodded. After that, more figures lifted into the air. Some of them were lords who supported the notion of marrying Lu Qinyu to the Qin. A bunch of cowards. Someone yelled furiously. Lord Kong, you shameless bastard. Activate the Xuanwu matrix, a voice ordered calmly. Then, a beautiful woman with a crown and a long robe stood in the air above the imperial palace. The look in her eyes was cold and cutting as she stared up at Qin Yu. As she finished speaking, the entire palace lit up bright. A terrifying force of spiritual qi climbed straight into the clouds. The world around filled with spiritual qi before it all rushed back down in the direction of the palace. An enormous image of a Xuanwu, the black turtle, appeared over the large, stern structure. This was the ultimate defense matrix. It absorbed all the spiritual qi around. Empress Lu. Qin Yu looked down at the beautiful figure. Coldly, he spoke. For his wives and children, Emperor Lu went as far as put the fate of his country on the line. And now you're actually willing to fight in his name? Why don't you return to the Qin dynasty with me? Qin Yu, although you are considered equal to Gu Donglu, you will never be good enough to ever be compared to him with those morals of yours, Empress Lu said, still staring at him. Is that so? Qin Yu's eyes frosted over. His Majesty, Emperor Lu, should turn those people over if I take you back to the Qin palace with me, right? Finishing his sentence, the dominating aura around him exploded. In his hand appeared a long golden dragon spear. A strong force of energy radiated from the weapon, and when Qin Yu pointed the long spear into the skies and the clouds shifted. The spirits of dragons awakened and revolved around Qin Yu, growling with fury. With 9 dragons circling him, he seemed invincible. All around the palace, everyone looked up at Qin Yu. Right now, he looked like the mighty god of war. I can't compare to Gu Donglu? Me? Qin Yu's expression was cold. Today, with the weapon of his ancestors and the blood of the royal Lu family, he was going to let the world witness the revival of the Qin dynasty. Today, he was going to show the people just how strong and powerful the Qin dynasty was. The Qin didn't just need a victory. They needed a war that would astound the world to spread a message to all powers in the Eastern Barren territory. The Qin dynasty that once ruled the world was back. Chapter 332. Shaking the Heavens. Chapter 332. Shaking the Heavens. Qin Yu's spear pointed at the Xuanwu matrix below. The dragons around him roared, and the giant golden dragon, on which he was mounted, rushed down, charging directly at the Lu palace below. He seemed to be bathed in a golden glory. Rays of golden light broke through the clouds in the sky like flashes of lightning. The long dragon spear struck the large Xuanwu matrix, and in a second, it seemed like the dragons attacked the matrix in a crazed frenzy. All the while, the sharp tip of the spear pierced into the matrix inch by inch. At the same time, lines appeared to cover the large formation. An enormous golden dragon claw sunk into the bright Xuanwu matrix, causing the cracks on the formation. Those inside the palace looked up to witness this scene with a trembling fear. In the sky above their heads, the image of a gargantuan golden dragon appeared on the long spear. Empress Lu, the Xuanwu matrix was created by the turtle hermit, and can only be broken by the attacks of levels beyond the noble plane. Qin Yu is the same as Lu Nantian. He has been enlightened with abilities of a sage and can use ritual implements of the sage level, exclaimed a noble beside the empress. Empress, the Lu kingdom is in grave danger. At the sage level, Qin Yu could not be defeated by mere numbers. More cracking could be heard as the fissures on the Xuanwu matrix continued to increase. Until at last, with one final loud crack, the matrix was broken. Empress Lu, do you wish for me to continue? Qin Yu's eyes were electrified as he looked at the Empress. Why must the Qin dynasty take things this far? A voice drawled. A distance away, an old turtle was approaching. His movement seemed extremely slow, but in the next second, he was already in front of Qin Yu. Emperor Lu already let the people of the Qin dynasty off the hook. So why do you guys have to do this to him? The turtle hermit spoke human words at Qin Yu. He had already predicted such an ending. The Qin dynasty had come with the intentions of destroying the Lu kingdom, and things had indeed progressed to this point. I heard that even though the turtle hermit's gifts are not enough to become a sage, living for so many years has enabled you to be enlightened with sage intent. Today is the perfect opportunity to see for myself, Qin Yu said with eyes set on the turtle hermit. Naturally, he had included the Lu kingdom's totem demon beast in his plans. But now, not only had Qin Yu been enlightened with sage intent, but he also controlled sage implements. What more did he have to be afraid of? All right, nodded the turtle hermit. His body expanded suddenly until eventually, the godly creature was about twice the size of the giant golden dragon. His body spanned out in the sky over the palace. Lifting his front claws, the turtle hermit swatted it in the direction of Qin Yu. Naturally, Qin Yu wasn't afraid. With the golden spear in his hand, he struck it at his opponent. At this moment, he could feel that the webbed paw of the turtle hermit swinging down on him wasn't just a paw, it felt extremely heavy. It felt like the sky had collapsed and was crushing down on him. All around the palace, everyone felt the force and experienced the suffocating feeling, even though the attack wasn't meant for them. Boom! The attack of the two collided. Qin Yu's body flew back and actually crashed into the ground, crumbling part of the structure around him, also causing dust and dirt to fly into the air. And in the center of the turtle hermit's paw was a line of blood. With a single flash of golden lightning, Qin Yu was back in the air. Staring at the turtle hermit, he laughed. You are indeed the totem beast of the Lu, but today the totem will be destroyed and the Lu kingdom will be no longer. Kill them. As soon as Qin Yu's order was given, the army of flood dragons, as well as the giant golden dragon he mounted, charged downward while he went for the turtle hermit. A wild battle ensued and in mere moments, the Lu palace was ridden with fighting figures. One after one, the glamorous golden buildings fell, as did the powerful cultivators of the palace. Among the army riding on the flood dragons, many of them had extremely powerful noble implements. They were ancient and had holy auras. This seemed to be an ancient army of soldiers with ritual implements with an equally rich history. The citizens watched the earth-shattering battle unfold from afar. Empress Lu had truly impressive powers, and her abilities were invisible. She managed to kill multiple powerful nobles, but the golden dragon got a hold of her. At the same time, more nobles caged her in. Slowly, she reached her limit and the color on her beautiful face drained, resembling the snow white of her clothing. The turtle hermit's abilities were not to be doubted. However, Qin Yu did not go head-to-head with him. He circled the large body of the turtle hermit, attacking. Gradually, the number of injuries on the creature increased. His body was large and his movements were slow. This was his weakness. Qin Yu took full advantage of this fact and attacked like a madman. Are you guys leaving? The turtle hermit lowered his head, directing his question at Empress Lu and her people. In front of the Empress, the golden dragon breathed heavily and the nobles circled. With her long dress flowing in the wind, she shook her head. As the Empress of the Lu kingdom, I would rather die in battle than run. And just like that, she was off to continue her battle, her figure flashing by. The turtle hermit sighed. Heavy hits landed on Empress Lu repeatedly. Quickly after, she was back on the ground. Her white clothing now colored with the red of blood. Remnants of blood could be seen in the corners of her mouth, and yet she still looked just as majestic. I want her alive, Qin Yu said as he looked down at Empress Lu. Gathering spiritual qi, she forged it into a long sword, red like the blood on her clothes. Without hesitation, Empress Lu glided the sharp blade across her own neck. Blood spread everywhere. Empress Lu looked up at the sky and was taken back to the days of her youth. Then with a smile on her face she closed her eyes. To have been the empress of this kingdom, she had no regrets. In the ancient barren world, Emperor Lu suddenly halted on his rush journey back to his kingdom. His hand was extended. The jade ring on his finger slowly lost its light, losing its original color. His eyes became red. Lifting his head toward the sky, his heart clenched with an excruciating pain. So quickly. It happened so quickly he couldn't make it. He had let Qin Li go with a glimmer of hope. If the Qin dynasty still had the slightest bit of reason and morality, they wouldn't push the situation to extremes. However, the Qin dynasty only cared for their own goals and would sacrifice anything to meet them. Emperor Lu did not continue to advance. He didn't go back to the Lu kingdom. With great determination he turned around. "Follow me," he said. The powerful cultivators beside him followed the emperor. The group traveled with such speed it was as if they were galloping through the skies of the ancient barren world. Others who saw them were shocked. The direction in which Emperor Lu was traveling was not the Lu kingdom, but Qin dynasty territory. The Qin dynasty was just like the other great powers. They each had control of an entrance to the ancient barren world, the exit to which was in the imperial palace. At this moment, people were chatting animatedly in the Qin palace. They were all very excited. War had officially been declared on the Lu kingdom. Following this would be the collapse of the Lu. The Qin would shake up the eastern barren territory and make the other powers submit to them willingly. Then it was straight to dominating all of the eastern barren territory, restoring the glory of their ancestors. Just then, quite a number of approached the entrance to the ancient barren world, ready to back up the army over in the Lu kingdom. However, they were interrupted by a figure that exited from the door to the ancient barren world. Everyone present was frozen as they looked at the person. It was a Qin noble feared by others in the ancient barren world. But here he was now, covered in blood. "Let Emperor Qin know immediately," he screamed. His outburst startled many. In the next moment, a majestic figure emerged through the doors and the air filled with murderous intent. Behind him followed more people, and in the hands of each of these people were corpses which they flung to the side. Emperor Lu. A shiver went down their spines. Emperor Lu wasn't in the Lu kingdom. He had charged over here to the Qin dynasty. Was he insane? "Let's go." The people reacted quickly, turning in an attempt to leave. However, the wind blew wildly as Emperor Lu flashed by. He was an overbearing presence. An unbelievably large foot appeared and came smashing down. The Qin cultivators looked up and the shock was written on their faces. "No," some people screamed. With a loud boom, Emperor Lu's foot came down and those people were turned to ashes. An endless force of murderous intent spilled from every pore of the emperor's body as he continued to make his way into the Qin palace. Since letting Qin Li go wasn't even to stop the Qin dynasty from wiping out the Lu, then it was time for a massacre. If they wanted Emperor Lu dead and the Lu kingdom gone, then they were going to have to endure his wrath. Emperor Lu killed his way into the palace. Nothing lived on the ground he passed. He killed everyone in his way, no one an exception. The death of Empress Lu was his wake-up call. He wasn't willing to think about anything else. This day was destined to be without peace. To the Eastern Barren Territory, this was a bolt from the blue. Qin Yu held a sage implement in his hands and was enlightened by sage intent. He arrived in the Lu kingdom in battle with the Lu's totem demon beast, the Turtle Hermit, for hours. He depleted the Turtle Hermit and even suffered some major injuries himself. However, the army Qin Yu led had obliterated the Lu kingdom that was already falling apart from the inside. They had completely wiped out the imperial palace. On this day, Emperor Lu forewent thoughts of life and death and crashed the Qin palace without caring of any possible repercussions. He killed everyone in sight, blinded by rage. Many royals of the Qin dynasty lost their lives, including multiple princes and concubines. Not even when Emperor Qin stepped in was Emperor Lu deterred from his crazed massacre. There was only murder in his eyes. Finally, Emperor Lu perished in the Qin palace. A powerful leader was now gone from the world. A top power was going through a drastic change. The Eastern Barren Territory was shaken up, as was the heavens. The Qin dynasty's powerfulness shocked the Eastern Barren Territory. However, Emperor Qin's arrogance and his tendency to underestimate his opponents caused heavy and unfortunate consequences for his own country. Lord Kong was temporarily placed in control of settling the Lu kingdom and hunting down more royal descendants. But everyone knew Lord Kong and the others who gave in to the Qin were simply lackeys. The Lu kingdom only existed in name now. At the same time, the Qin dynasty's third prince, Qin Ge, arrived at Book Mountain with a group of people. In the skies outside Book Mountain, Qin Ge and his people stood in the air. They were here to make the cottage hand them over. Lu Qinyu and Lu Feiyang were the spawns of the Lu, and Yi Wuchen was the murderer of Qin Yuan. Obviously they had to come them. Although it was bound to be a failed attempt, they had to at least get their attitude across. What qualifications and reason did the cottage have to protect these people? Just then, Zhuge Hui heard the voices of those sent from the Qin dynasty above the cottage. Looking at Luo Fan, someone said, "Are you guys idiots?" Perhaps. Luo Fan shrugged. Or maybe you guys think that even though you don't have what it takes to make us hand them over, with logic on your side, there is now an excuse from you guys to pick a fight with the cottage. Just like how you started a fight with the Lu kingdom? Zhuge Hui's tone was harsh and cold. The cottage already knew of what happened with the Lu kingdom. It was just as she predicted. Perhaps, nodded Luo Fan. Relay the message to your third senior brother. They're disturbing my cultivation, Zhuge Hui said softly. Luo Fan blinked a couple of times. So, permanently disable their powers. Zhuge Hui said this rather nonchalantly. Luo Fan's eyes brightened. The second senior sister was the second senior sister indeed. Chapter 333. When the cottage is unreasonable. Chapter 333. When the cottage is unreasonable outside Book Mountain, Qin Ge and the rest were still waiting for the cottage to respond. Before them, there were already many cultivators from the college. They stared at the people from Qin dynasty. They all knew about what happened in Lu Kingdom. Although there was no relationship between the college and Lu Kingdom, the destruction of Lu Kingdom still enraged many people from the college. The anger of the college was different from Yi Futian's. They did not know anyone from Lu Kingdom, and were not in any way related to the kingdom. They were angry about Qin dynasty's cruelty, and that the Qin dynasty broke the rules that the Eastern Barren Territory had been following for many years. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the three most powerful forces were the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and the college. The other top forces were somewhat weaker than those three. For many years, the situation had been maintained as such. Although there were occasional conflicts between disciples of different forces, they had still been following the hidden rules and nobody dared to break them. The world of cultivation had always been very cruel. Very often, larger forces would bully smaller ones, and this would remain that way forever. However, this had at least never happened to a top force until the destruction of Lu Kingdom. Qin dynasty was trying to destroy the balance in Eastern Barren Territory and break the stable relationship that had existed for many years. Furthermore, although there seemed to be a reason for Qin dynasty's actions, everyone knew that, in reality, Qin Yuan was but an excuse for them to start a war. Even if Qin Yuan did not die, the Qin dynasty would still find another excuse to start the war. The destruction of Lu Kingdom was only the first stop on Qin dynasty's path to ruling the world. Mountain Elder Zhu Qing looked at Qin Ge and the others from Qin dynasty and only said one word, "Scram." Qin Ge was however not bothered by that. He looked emotionlessly at the people from the college and said coldly, "Is the college protecting the person who killed my brother? Does he not deserve to die?" Zhu Qing similarly said as she stared at Qin Ge. Some coldness erupted from Qin Ge. He stared at the people from the college and said, "My brother died in the Lu Kingdom for no reason. The college is not only protecting the murderer but is also humiliating the dead like this. Qin dynasty will remember this." Qin Ge naturally knew that it would almost be impossible for him to get Yi Wuchen. If the cottage would give him Yi Wuchen so easily, it would no longer be the cottage. However, Qin Yu still asked him to come. He did not need the cottage to give him Yi Wuchen. All he needed was an excuse to attack the college and the cottage in the future. That's up to you. Now, can you scram? Zhu Qing glanced at Qin Ge in disgust. She liked none of the princes from the Qin dynasty. Qin Ge stood proudly and said coldly, "I still need to hear the cottage's reply." Suddenly, someone said from afar, "What reply do you want to hear?" Then a figure slowly strolled over. His shirt was as white as snow and his long hair danced in the air. His handsome eyes stared at Chingu with a sharp look. His tone was monotonous, but it also sounded extremely arrogant. He simply looked at Chingu, but it was as if he was going to penetrate Qinji's eyes with his stare. Seeing Gu Donglio's look, Qinji's proud heart actually felt somewhat scared. He was the third prince of Qin dynasty and was very talented. All along he was supercilious and believed that he was no weaker than anyone else. However, for some reason when he really faced Gu Donglu, his might seemed to be suppressed because of just one look from Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu was, after all, as famous as Qin Yu. Moreover, he had defeated Lu Nantian before. In that battle, Lu Nantian had displayed sage intent and could almost be considered the strongest person in Eastern Baron territory. However, he still lost to Gu Donglu, who was only a grade 2 noble then. Yi Wuxian killed my brother. Also, the remnants of Lu Kingdom, Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu, are also at the cottage. I would naturally hope that the cottage can give them to me, Qingu said emotionlessly. However, his tone was already not as domineering as before. You have disrupted her cultivation, Gu Donglu suddenly said. Both the people from Qin dynasty and those from the college were stunned by his baffling words. Disrupted her cultivation? Who is she? Frowning, Qingu looked at Gu Donglu and asked, "What do you mean?" Unforgivable, Gu Donglu said. Qingu widened his eyes and stared at Gu Donglu. Unforgivable? Even Mountain Elder Zhu Qing also looked at Gu Donglu stunned, but she roughly knew who Gu Donglu was referring to. The second disciple of the cottage, Zhuge Hui. All of a sudden, Gu Donglu stepped forward and an aura erupted from his body. His white shirt moved even though there was no wind, giving off a flapping sound. He scanned the people from Qin dynasty and his look suddenly turned weird. Invisible spiritual energy immediately enveloped all of them. Gu Donglu, what do you mean by this? Qingu asked. He came to the cottage to ask for people. Even if the cottage did not want to hand them over, what reasons did they have to attack him? Was disrupting her cultivation also a valid excuse? Gu Donglu did not pay attention to Qin Ji's words. Instead, he took another step forward. In this instant, extremely sharp spiritual will spread onto the nobles from Qin dynasty. The people from the Qin dynasty were all shocked. Was Gu Donglu actually going to attack them? Even though the cultivators who followed Qingu this time were strong, they could obviously not fight against Gu Donglu. At the moment, Gu Donglu was already one of the strongest people in the Eastern Baron territory. Even if Qin Yu was here instead, there would only be a 50-50 chance that he would win should he not rely on the sage ritual implement. If Gu Donglu really wanted to deal with them, the outcome would be blatantly obvious. Gu Donglu, what exactly do you want? Two people each took a step forward and their might bloomed violently. However, Gu Donglio's look continued to become increasingly demonic. His handsome eyes were like two spiritual vortexes, and a monstrous spiritual will pressured the two people. Then Gu Donglu extended his palm and invisible sword qi started to dance wildly, circling the two nobles. I want to kill. Gu Donglu clenched his fist. A frightening current raged wildly, giving off a sizzling sound. The two nobles each gave a miserable cry. Then blood oozed rapidly from their eyes, nose and mouth. Their bodies trembled fiercely and they eventually fell from the sky. Bang! The people from Qin dynasty all started to tremble. They raised their heads and looked at Gu Donglu in shock. Is he mad? Yi Wuxian killed Qin Yuan, so it was only reasonable for Qin dynasty to come. In addition, they had never had a head-on conflict with the cottage. Did Gu Donglu actually kill someone? Qin Gu also stared at Gu Donglu in astonishment. What was the cottage thinking? Are you declaring war on Qin dynasty? Qin Ji's face turned very pale, fear showing across it. Gu Donglu said that he wanted to kill. How many did he want to kill? How about him, a prince of Qin dynasty? I already said that you have disrupted her cultivation. The penalty is death, Gu Donglu said emotionlessly as if he was not bothered at all. It was as if the people he killed were neither nobles nor from Qin dynasty. Just as he finished speaking, the appalling spiritual will continue to explode, engulfing the other cultivators. Ancient characters seemed to circle around him, and a mysterious aura enveloped those from Qin dynasty. Gu Donglu, are you mad? A noble from Qin dynasty shouted loudly. Gu Donglu, however, did not seem to have heard his words. He continued to reach out his hand and clenched it fiercely. The sound of explosions emitted continuously, followed by miserable cries. The spiritual wills of those nobles could not withstand the attack and were destroyed rapidly. Blood flew out from their fear-filled eyes and they dropped from the sky one after another. In just a short while, Qin Gu, the third prince of Qin dynasty, was the only person left there. At the moment, the imposing manner Qin Gu had when he had just arrived was completely gone. His face was highly distorted and pale, while his eyes were filled with anger and intense fear. When a cottage disciple was unreasonable and started to kill, it would certainly be a disaster. Is the cottage so inhuman now? Qin Gu roared, but his voice was trembling. This was not the style of the cottage. The people from the college also stared at Gu Donglu in bewilderment. Gu Donglu had actually killed the nobles from the Qin dynasty. Even mountain elder Zhu Qing could feel her heart racing. Obviously, she knew the consequences that might be caused by Gu Dongliu's actions. Suddenly, Zhu Qing recalled what Zhuge Hui told her in Chaoga City, that the college was too gentle in its actions. Indeed, compared to the cottage, she was way too gentle. Inhuman. Gu Donglu still looked at Qin Gu calmly. Everyone in the world knew that cottage disciples were reasonable. Therefore, Qin Gu dared to come to the cottage and ask them to hand the murderer over. What they did not know was that the cottage could also be unreasonable. You have annihilated an entire kingdom. After doing such an evil deed, you still dare to come here for this. Since this is the case, I can only help the world to enforce justice and execute the punishment. Just as Gu Donglu finished speaking, sword qi whizzed out. Ancient characters started to circle around Qin Ji's body. At this instant, Qin Gu started to tremble wildly. He was stricken with fear. Qin dynasty had finally begun to expand in order to rule the world. He was supposed to find his own stage and let his radiance shine. He came to the cottage to ask them to hand those people to him. Originally, this was supposed to be his first appearance in the Eastern Barren territory. Little did he know that his emergence this time would also be his last. Kill, Gu Donglu said coldly as the sword whizzed over. Qin Ji's face was distorted and his body trembled. In his desperation, his body was torn apart slowly, until he turned into nothing. Gu Donglu did not look at him again. Turning around, he walked up Book Mountain right away, as if he had only done something trivial. Zhuge Hui asked Luofan to tell him to disable these people. However, he killed them straight away. To him, there was little difference between disabling and killing them. Her character was indeed still too gentle and kind. Qin dynasty dealt with the Lu kingdom in such a way and eliminated the entire family in an attempt to shock the Eastern Barren territory. They came to the cottage in order to display their prestige as well. They wanted to tell the world that the Qin dynasty was going to rule the world. However, the cottage was not the Lu kingdom. They would not be able to deal with it using the same method. Since a war was already destined to happen, he would fulfill Qin dynasty's wish. Since Qin dynasty did not obey the rules of Eastern Barren territory, the cottage did not have to be reasonable as well. The people from the college, including Zhu Qing, stared at Gu Donglu as he left. They were totally shocked and all felt speechless. It was as if that today they had just met the cottage in Gu Donglu. Cottage disciples are so handsome, a beautiful girl exclaimed, looking at Gu Donglu. Vaguely, her eyes were actually filled with wild fondness. Chapter 334. The tree desires calmness but the wind will not cease. Chapter 334. The tree desires calmness but the wind will not cease. In the battle between the Qin dynasty and the Lu kingdom, the king of Lu actually did not go back to aid the Lu kingdom. Instead, he broke into the Qin imperial palace and caused a significant loss for the Qin dynasty. Qin dynasty had been too careless. Of course, this battle did not really shake the Qin dynasty's foundations. The power of the strongest people was, after all, the deciding factor of whether a force was strong or not. For example, the cottage only had a few disciples, but to Qin dynasty it was far more threatening than any other force in Eastern Barren territory. The reason was simple: they were all too strong. They could be considered a whole kingdom. Today, who could be considered as the most powerful people in the Eastern Barren Territory? They were, of course, those who had comprehended some sage intent, or those who had a sage ritual implement. Qin dynasty dared to fight against the whole world, because they already possessed people of both kinds. Furthermore, they had allied with Donghua clan. Combining the powerful people and resources of the two top forces, they could already change the whole Eastern Barren Territory. Qin dynasty and Donghua clan agreed that after they ruled the world, Qin dynasty would control the events in the world, while Donghua clan would be reputed as the first clan in Eastern Barren Territory and control the cultivators' world. Together, they would govern the world. Although the madness of the king of Lu had caused the Qin dynasty to pay a price, it was insignificant when compared to the destruction of Lu kingdom. Moreover, many cultivators from the Lu kingdom had also surrendered. Now, Qin dynasty was only waiting to wave its arm and call the world to attack the cottage. It would then rule the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, cultivators from many top forces in Eastern Barren Territory were gathered in a luxurious palace in the Qin Imperial Palace. Qin Yu, the crown prince of Qin dynasty, was sitting on the throne above everyone else. Below him there were many cultivators from Donghua clan, Futian sword clan, Royal Xian Temple and other forces. Even Ji family had sent someone here to visit the Qin Imperial Palace. Suddenly, someone from Futian sword clan folded his hands at Qin Yu and said, Futian sword clan originally wanted to capture Yi Wuqian and bring him here. However, Yi Wuqian has yet to return until now. He followed Yi Futian into the cottage. Qin dynasty had directly eliminated the Lu kingdom, which was close to and as famous as Futian sword clan. How could Futian sword clan not be frightened? Qin Yuan was killed by a person from Futian sword clan. Naturally, they had to send someone here to explain. I understand, Qin Yu said. I have already sent Qin Gu to the cottage to ask for Yi Wuqian. However, the cottage is so unscrupulous and they will very likely not hand him over. By that time, what do you think we should do? Futian sword clan will go to the cottage with Qin dynasty and ask for Yi Wuqian, the person from Futian sword clan said. More importantly, this concerns Qin dynasty. How can the cottage dare not to hand him over? That's right. With the powers Qin dynasty has now, the cottage will certainly give him to us. After all, the cottage is not involved in this. Someone from Ji family also echoed. If the cottage dares to break the rules of Eastern Barren Territory like this, I believe that all the forces in Eastern Barren Territory will respond to our calling. Royal Xian Temple had sent the fifth lord, He Yulu here. The Lu kingdom was destroyed and every force in Eastern Barren Territory was wildly shocked. In the past, Royal Xian Temple already had some relations with the Qin dynasty. Now they would, of course, want to be as close to Qin dynasty as possible. In addition, there was still resentment between them and the cottage. By then I hope that everyone will support us, Qin Yu said, smiling. Why did they destroy the Lu kingdom? It was because they wanted to display their dominance and scare the forces in Eastern Barren Territory. Although Futian sword clan, Royal Xian Temple, and the like seemed to be very close to Qin dynasty at the moment, in reality they all had their own plans. Only absolute powers could instill awe, and perhaps even fear, into them. It would not just be these two forces. By the time Qin dynasty decided to attack the cottage, they would call upon all the forces in the world to join them. Who would dare not to obey them? Suddenly, some footsteps came from outside the palace. The person coming in seemed to be panicked. Very quickly, someone appeared at the gates of the palace and looked at Qin Yu. Bowing, he said, Your Highness. Qin Yu raised his head and asked, What is it? Your Highness. The person's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. He even glanced at the people from other forces. We're all allies. Just say it, Qin Yu said. The spiritual imprint of the third prince has extinguished. The person buried his head low and bowed. Qin Yu's body trembled gently and a horrifying coldness erupted from his eyes. He leaned forward and almost could not prevent his violent might from being released. You didn't see wrongly? He questioned coldly. Your Highness, apart from the third prince, the spiritual imprints of all the nobles who went this time have been extinguished. The person's head went lower. Even his voice was trembling. Qin Yu stood up and his look was extremely freezing. Qin Gu and the people from Qin dynasty who had followed him were all dead. He naturally knew what this meant. The cottage was declaring war. He did not expect the cottage to actually be so decisive and kill Qinggu and the rest. After all, they had not really declared war with the cottage. They only sent someone there to ask for Yi Wuxian. Even if the cottage did not want to hand him over, how could they kill the messengers? Moreover, the person they killed was the prince of Qin dynasty. Some sharpness also flashed across the cultivators from Futian sword clan. They obviously knew what that person meant. The people who went to the cottage were dead. Hiyulu squinted and recalled the scene when his daughter was forced to die. Indeed, the cottage was still so overbearing and supercilious. The expressions of the people from Ji family all froze and they were extremely shocked. The Qin dynasty cultivators who went to the cottage were all killed. Was this the reply of the cottage to Qin dynasty? Everyone, what do you think? Qin Yu suppressed his anger and looked at the people present. The cottage is simply too presumptuous and does not follow the rules at all, a cultivator from Futian sword clan remarked angrily. If we do not eliminate the cottage, Qinggu will have died for nothing. Hiyulu also said coldly. Qin dynasty should send out the army immediately and attack the cottage. We wish that Qin dynasty will have an easy victory and rule the world, a person from Ji family said, folding his hands. Qin Yu looked at everyone else. The things they were saying at the moment were very different from what they had said just a while ago. You should leave for now. I will discuss this with my father. The cottage will surely pay the price, Qin Yu said coldly. The other people left one after another. After they left, Qin Yu slapped the chair, destroying it at once. A terrifying murderous aura was released from his body. The overbearing attitude of the cottage not only allowed them to kill Qinggu, but also instilled fear into the other forces. At the moment, it would be difficult to call them and attack the cottage together. Qin dynasty annihilated the Lu kingdom to display its powers and show that it could easily conquer anything. However, because of Qin Ji's death, everything returned to its original state. Previously, if he was to call upon the various forces, many people would respond. However, the cottage had killed a prince of Qin dynasty. How could the Qin dynasty not take revenge? Qin Yuan's death caused the Lu kingdom to be destroyed. What the cottage did was far more overbearing than what happened in the Lu kingdom. How could the Qin dynasty not start a war? At the moment, the top forces would only choose to remain still and observe the situation. The news about what happened below Book Mountain spread to every corner of Eastern Barren territory very quickly. Countless people were astonished. Qin dynasty destroyed the Lu kingdom, while Gudong Lu, the third disciple of the cottage, slew Qinggu. Both events seemed to have occurred for a reason, but in reality there were none at all. The two strongest forces of Eastern Barren territory had just collided head-on with each other for the very first time. Previously, even when Zhuge Hui, the second disciple of the cottage, destroyed the gates of Dongqing College in Chaoga, Qin dynasty still chose to tolerate it. They even helped the cottage to investigate on the culprit behind Yi Futian's attempted assassination. After all, the assassination happened on Qin dynasty's territory. It was, therefore, reasonable for the Qin dynasty to tolerate it. But what about this time? Would they start a war? The destruction of the Lu kingdom and the death of Qinggu caused the atmosphere in Eastern Barren territory to be even more intense. Everyone could feel that a storm was brewing and a war was imminent. Now, countless people were discussing what the outcome would be if the overbearing Qin dynasty and the arrogant college cottage really started a battle. At the cottage, however, nothing seemed to have changed because of Qin Ji's death. The place was still quiet and peaceful just like always. Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu had officially entered the college to cultivate. Yi Wuxian was a disciple of Futian sword clan and had spent much time and effort cultivating his sword skills. At the moment, there was a pressing need for them to cultivate and become stronger. After all, they were still too weak to be involved in the situation in Eastern Barren territory. Only when they became sufficiently strong and had powers close to that of Gudong Lu, they could participate in the war in Eastern Barren territory. During mealtime, Yi Futian asked everyone else, "Sister, brother, will Qin dynasty start a war?" "I'm not sure." Luo Fan shook his head. However, whether they choose to start a war or not, it will be difficult for them to get help from the other forces. Those who dared to participate in the war would need to be prepared for death. Yi Futian nodded. The second sister had asked the third brother to disable Qinggu and the others. That time he even thought that the second sister was being too impulsive. Afterward, however, he realized that the second sister and the third brother did so not just because they were angry. They also wanted to shock the other forces. Qin dynasty eliminated the Lu kingdom and showed the intention to attack the cottage. At that time, the cottage already knew that the battle would come sooner or later. Since this was the case, they did not have to wait. Killing Qin Gu would cause people from other forces to be scared of the cottage and hence not dare to ally with Qin dynasty. What's the master's level? Yi Futian asked. Actually, he was not even sure of the real powers of the cottage now. The eldest brother, second sister, third brother, and the master should be the strongest members of the cottage, but he only knew how strong the third brother Gu Donglu was. Clearly, he was still somewhat worried. Since Qin dynasty dared to fight against the whole world, they certainly had a source of confidence. Why are you thinking so much? Just concentrate on cultivating. In the future, I still need you to protect me. The second sister smiled and glanced at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and felt speechless. However, after looking at the second sister, he said in a serious tone, "In the future, I'll surely protect you." Right, that will be great. Zhuge Hui reached out her hand and patted on Yi Futian's head. Immediately, Yi Futian's expression froze, along with his hands. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. I am after all an adult. Could you please not do this? Originally, I wanted to fulfill the master's aspiration here in a gentle way. But from the look of it, that would be too difficult, the second sister sighed. The tree desires calmness, but the wind will not cease. Chapter 335 Declaration of War. Chapter 335. Declaration of War. A head-on conflict had erupted between the Qin dynasty and the cottage, shocking the entire Eastern Barren territory. Countless people waited for the Qin dynasty to respond. Qin Gu, the third prince of Qin dynasty, was killed by the cottage when he went there to ask for Yi Wuxian. If Qin dynasty did not respond to this, everyone in the world would think that Qin dynasty was not qualified to unify Eastern Barren territory after all. Just when everyone was discussing it, some news spread from the Qin imperial palace. Qin dynasty officially announced to the world the 7 sins of the cottage. Firstly, the cottage was overbearing in its behavior and had been killing the innocent. Gu Donglu had eliminated a top-tier force in Eastern Barren territory. This was cruel and inhumane. Secondly, cottage disciples had robbed others of their possessions. In Chaoga City, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had taken the treasures from Yin family by force, namely the 5-element rod and the demonic tripod. Thirdly, cottage disciples had been bullying others because of their status and did whatever they wanted. They had once forced Hishiro, the daughter of the 5th Lord of Royal Xian Temple, to kill herself. Furthermore, they still did not leave the matter at that, eventually killing the Royal Xian Temple disciple Luo Junlin, his father, and many others who had a deep resentment for Yi Futian. They were brutal and killed everyone who tried to oppose them. Fourthly, the cottage protected murderers, in particular Yi Wuxian. They ignored the decision of Fuyun Sword Clan and even killed the people from Qin dynasty who went there. There were still the 5th, 6th and 7th sins. It was as if the cottage had done much evil and could not be forgiven. Qin dynasty announced that they would send their army to the divine capital and attack the cottage in order to protect Eastern Barren territory. In addition, they invited all the powerful forces to gather in the Qin imperial city and discuss the situation in Eastern Barren territory. They also hoped that the leaders of these forces could attend themselves to determine the future together. The news spread and shook the entire Eastern Barren territory fiercely. Were the most powerful forces in the Eastern Barren territory finally going to collide head-on with each other? It seemed unlikely that the cottage would be able to fight against the dragon army of Qin dynasty. Apart from that, the Qin dynasty invited all the powerful forces to gather in the Qin imperial city. They probably wanted to attack the cottage with the aid from these forces. Of course, the Qin dynasty did not say it directly but only claimed that they would discuss the situation together. However, everyone knew the truth. Qin dynasty had already officially declared war on the cottage, so the various forces obviously could not reject the Qin dynasty's invitation. At the moment, the Qin dynasty was extremely powerful, and it had easily destroyed the Lu kingdom. Even if they did not want to fight with the Qin dynasty, they had to give Qin dynasty some face. Moreover, the battle between the Qin dynasty and the cottage would be considered a top-tier one in the Eastern Barren Territory. Everyone wanted to watch it for themselves. The Eastern Barren Territory was stirred up. Immediately, the cultivators from various top forces left their places. The leaders of many forces also departed themselves and headed towards the Qin imperial city, leading their fellow members. Even they would be involved in the great change that was imminent in Eastern Barren Territory. The cottage, of course, also received the news, but it was expected. Qin dynasty wanted to rule the world, and Gu Donglu killed Qin Gu directly. This was almost like declaring war. How could the Qin dynasty not respond to it? The Qin imperial city was filled with many talented people. For a moment, the forces in the Eastern Barren Territory all gathered here. It was not just the top forces. Cultivators from various forces reached one after another, especially those subsidiary forces under the Qin dynasty. Very quickly, news spread from the Qin imperial city. Futian sword clan had arrived. Even the leader of Futian sword clan, together with several summit lords, was here. Afterward, the people from Royal Xian Temple also arrived. All the 5 lords were present. Then the leaders of Ji family, Witch clan, Moon clan, and many others arrived at the Qin imperial city one by one. There had never been such a grand occasion in Eastern Barren Territory before. Many leaders from top forces were here themselves. This was clearly because of the fact that Qin dynasty had declared war to the cottage. The influence of this was way too big, as it would very likely determine the future of Eastern Barren Territory and affect the entire situation. It would determine what would happen in the future and even where the various people would end up in. In such a situation, even the leaders of different forces must pay absolute attention. After all, not long ago, a person who had been as famous as them, namely the king of Lu Kingdom, died in the Qin imperial palace. This would be a huge change that had never happened in Eastern Barren Territory in the past hundreds of years. Qin dynasty and the cottage would be the main players leading to this change, while everyone else would also be involved trying to maximize their benefits. At the moment, the people from Royal Xian Temple were gathered somewhere in the Qin imperial palace, including the few lords. The first lord of Royal Xian Temple was wearing a loose robe and had black hair that filled his head. From him, one could feel a very powerful temperament. First Lord, if Qin dynasty asks us to attack the cottage with them, what should we do? Someone suddenly asked. After Qin Gu died, they guessed that a great battle would probably happen between the two forces. Because of the relationship between them and the cottage, they would surely not be on the cottage's side. However, the question was whether they should participate in the battle at all. Qin dynasty declared war on the cottage first and claimed that the cottage had committed 7 sins. Then they gathered all the forces in Eastern Barren Territory and invited all the cultivators, which was really cunning of them. If Qin dynasty asked Royal Xian Temple to participate, what should they do? What do you think? The First Lord asked. He Yulu's eyes sparkled. Obviously, he hoped that they would fight against the cottage, but he did not dare to voice his opinion so easily at the moment. Clearly, we cannot participate in the battle easily, Xiao Luo suddenly said. Xiao Luo, what's your opinion? The First Lord asked. Xiao Luo looked at his master. Bowing, he replied, Qin dynasty and the cottage are both extremely strong. They probably both want to unify Eastern Barren Territory. Even though we cannot prevent this from happening, it will be dangerous for us to get involved easily. Furthermore, after Qin dynasty eliminated the cottage, Eastern Barren Territory will be unified. We will definitely need to benefit sufficiently from this so that in the future, we will have the same position in Eastern Barren Territory. You think that Eastern Barren Territory will certainly be unified? The First Lord asked. Yes, Master. Since the Qin dynasty wiped out the Lu Kingdom so simply, it can do the same to other forces. After all, there is a huge difference between their strongest cultivators and those from other forces. I think that only the college cottage can deal with the Qin dynasty, and this general trend cannot be stopped. Master, we can only try to get more benefits in order to secure our position. After all, even if Qin dynasty unifies Eastern Barren Territory, it will make no difference to us as long as they do not control us directly, Xiao Luo said slowly. The First Lord squinted and his eyes sparkled. He could understand Xiao Luo's words, but it was still somewhat difficult for him to accept the reality. Moreover, they would surely need to pay a price first before being able to benefit. This meant that ultimately they still had to fight for Qin dynasty. In another pavilion, the disciples of the Moon Clan were all gathered together. Even the leader of Moon Clan was present. At the moment, a group of ladies was gazing into the distance. They were all exceptionally pretty, especially the first lady. It was as if she was an ethereal fairy that should not even exist in the mortal world. Leader Virgin Chu Yaoyao and Qin Li had been very close to each other. They had already confirmed their relationship. When the Lu kingdom was destroyed, Chu Yao even followed Qin Li there. I am worried that we have already been tied to Qin dynasty since then, a lady said. After all, the Virgin of Moon Clan had a very high status and her words were often influential. She could represent Moon Clan when she was outside. Goddess Wang Yue did not say anything but her eyes sparkled. Chu Yaoyao had been very close to Qin Li, and was already Qin Li's girlfriend. On the other hand, another genius from Moon Clan was the girlfriend of Yi Futian, a cottage disciple. This was indeed very tricky. How should they handle the situation? Apart from them, all the leaders in Eastern Barren Territory were thinking of the same question. If Qin dynasty asked them to attack the cottage, what should they do? Qin dynasty was really too cunning. Instead of just declaring war, they summoned everyone in Eastern Barren Territory to this place. Chapter 336. Mr. Du's Aspiration. Chapter 336. Mr. Du's Aspiration. A grand feast was being held in the Qin Imperial Palace, drawing many cultivators from various places. Most people in Eastern Barren Territory had already arrived, including many leaders and important figures. Outside the Qin Imperial Palace, countless people gazed at the open palace from afar. The entire place was packed with cultivators. They lined up in a neat row which extended from outside the palace all the way to the central region of the feast. There, the King of Qin and the Crown Prince Qin Yu were sitting on the thrones above everyone else. There were many groups of people around them, each of which represented a top force in Eastern Barren Territory. Behind them, there were also people from various forces. They were the top-tier forces in Eastern Barren Territory, such as Yin family from Chaoga City whose members took orders from Qin dynasty directly. Now they also responded to Qin dynasty's call, and came to attend the event. On the right of the King of Qin, a group of people with outstanding temperament stood proudly. All of them were extremely talented and famous in Eastern Barren Territory. At the very front of this group of people, there were two charming ladies. They were stunningly beautiful and had attracted much attention. Hua Qingqing was as pure as a fairy who had descended from the heaves. From her eyes one could not see any distractions. They looked perfectly clear and pure. Beside her there was another fair lady. She was also a very famous beauty in Eastern Barren Territory, Lady Wuxia. In the past, Lady Wuxia was also known as Goddess Wuxia. She was a very famous lady in Eastern Barren Territory. Later, she fell in love with the then handsome young leader of Donghua clan. Lady Wuxia was the wife of the Donghua clan leader at the moment. It was said that the Donghua clan leader was cultivating in seclusion and did not come himself. However, nobody dared to ignore Lady Wuxia. She obtained her position today definitely not because she was married to the Donghua clan leader. Instead, some claimed that the Donghua clan leader had such a renowned status today only because he married her. Countless people stared at Lady Wuxia. She was very honored and seldom appeared in front of other people. However, today she was still here. It was clear how important Qin dynasty's announcement was. Apart from Lady Wuxia, a leader from Qianqiu Temple was also here. He was an eminent monk and had brought with him the Arhat and many other disciples. Apart from that, many leaders and important figures from Futian Sword Clan, Royal Xian Temple, Witch Clan, Moon Clan and Ji family were also present. Seeing these people, many cultivators around sighed in their hearts. This was all because of the destruction of Lu Kingdom. Qin dynasty invited all the cultivators in the world and countless people responded. Although various top forces did not declare their position, they still could not ignore the Qin dynasty. Indeed, they were all present, including many important people. Qin dynasty had, after all, easily destroyed the Lu Kingdom. Moreover, Donghua clan was also Qin dynasty's ally. Two out of the three most powerful forces in Eastern Barren Territory had allied with each other. Their influence was well understood. The banquet, which was filled with people, was somewhat noisy as different people discussed various matters. Suddenly, the Crown Prince Qin Yu stood up and signaled for everyone to be quiet. The many noises immediately started to diminish. Eventually, the place was in total silence, apart from the occasional discussion among the people from top forces. The king of Qin scanned the vast crowd and said politely, "I am indeed honored to have all of you from so many distant places here." Many cultivators folded their hands and said, "Your Majesty, we're honored as well. I will not be too polite or indirect. I think that everyone can see the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory at the moment clearly. We happily sent a group of people to the Lu Kingdom so as to propose marriage, as my son Qin Yuan wanted to marry Lu Qinyu, Princess of Lu Kingdom. However, he was assaulted in the Lu Kingdom Imperial Palace and died miserably in a foreign kingdom. Every time I think about this, I feel great pain. The Lu Kingdom is cruel and inhuman and should be destroyed. Because of this, many people in the Lu Kingdom paid the price. However, the culprits Lu Qinyu, Lu Feiyang, and the murderer Yi Wuqian are still happy and unpunished today. The cottage is protecting these murderers," the king of Qin said angrily. "Because of this, they even killed Qin Gu, who went there. My son Qin Gu was very talented, but he died in such a petty way. Even during a war between two nations, no one kills the messengers. The cottage is simply frenzied and does whatever they want. I think that all of you have also heard about and can remember the 7 sins they committed. Such a force should not have even existed in Eastern Barren Territory. Today we invited all of you here to discuss this. What are your opinions?" The eyes of the people from various forces all sparkled. They each had their own plans. The cottage is indeed lawless and ignores the hidden rules in the Eastern Barren Territory. Futian Sword Clan now officially announces that we have expelled Yi Wuqian from the clan. Your Majesty, you can punish him in whatever ways you want, and you do not need to care about Futian Sword Clan's view," the leader of Futian Sword Clan suddenly declared. Everyone's eyes sparkled. This was also an outcome they had long expected. Futian Sword Clan did not agree to fight alongside Qin Dynasty, because it would be extremely risky. The cottage slew Qin Gu. How could the various forces not be frightened? Arrogance and boldness were built upon immense confidence, while confidence came from power. The boldness and confidence of the cottage caused them to be very afraid. The king of Qin glanced at the leader of Futian Sword Clan. Indeed, although they managed to summon various forces here today, the different forces all had their own thoughts. They would clearly not make a decision just because of his words. Over these few years, the cottage has indeed crossed the line, especially this time when they killed Qin Gu. Qin Dynasty should go there and make sure that justice is served, a lord of Royal Xian Temple said. His reply was very ambiguous. On the other hand, the people from the Moon Clan, Ji family, and other forces all watched quietly and did not say anything. They had to observe the situation first. A major change was imminent in the Eastern Barren Territory. None of them knew what was about to happen. "Master, what do you think?" Suddenly, the king of Qin looked at the eminent monk from Qianqiu Temple. He was wearing a kasaya and had prayer beads around his neck and in his hand. At the moment, he grabbed the beads around his neck and closed his eyes. Then, he made some obscure noises and shook his head gently without replying to the king. The king of Qin looked at everyone present. It seemed that they would not make a decision until they could see a clear objective. Over these years, the cottage has become more and more uncontrolled. It now already has the potential to threaten the entire Eastern Barren Territory. If we wait for a few more years, Eastern Barren Territory will probably be ruled by the cottage. By that time, all of your lives will be in the hands of the cottage. The king of Qin said emotionlessly, "Therefore, I want to put an end to this situation. I invited all of you here to create a new era." The moment when he finished speaking, the place turned even quieter. Was the king of Qin planning to show his cards to Eastern Barren Territory? Create a new era? Whose era? Your Majesty, do you want to unify the Eastern Barren Territory? The leader of the Witch clan stared at the king of Qin with a sharp look. He asked the question which everyone else wanted to. "No, I want to change Eastern Barren Territory together with all of you, because I do not want you to disappear into the river of history just like Qin Dynasty," the king of Qin said. "Disappear? Goddess Wangyue from Moon Clan looked at the king and said, "Your Majesty, is that too exaggerated? Although the cottage is supercilious, its members do not seem to have the intention to rule the world. Goddess, do you know why the relationship between the cottage and the college is not good?" The king of Qin stared at Goddess Wangyue. "Why is that so?" Goddess Wangyue asked. "This is a top secret. Even I only know bits and pieces of it," the king said emotionlessly. "The reason is that the chief of the college and Mr. Du from the cottage have different aspirations. That time the eldest disciple of the cottage, Sword Saint, was extremely powerful and shocked the world in just one battle. Everyone thought that they could already see the glory of the college as another super being had been born. However, when Sword Saint asked Mr. Du if he should stay on Book Mountain, Mr. Du asked him to leave and build his own clan. The college has the cottage with them. Even at this point, they can easily become the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. When all the cottage disciples are strong enough, what position will the college have? They can conquer the world. Everyone has ambition, including the college. The college wants to become the totem head of the Eastern Barren Territory, but Mr. Du did not follow the will of the college. Instead, he only did what he wanted to. Is it because he does not have wild ambition at all? The king looked at the crowd and said in a serious tone, "It's the opposite. Mr. Du's plans and ambition are even larger, wilder than the college chief." The eldest disciple, Sword Saint, built Sword Saint Mountain. By the time the second, third, and even fourth disciples begin to establish their own clans, the entire Eastern Barren Territory will belong to the cottage. The other forces will no longer be able to do anything about it. If there is really such a day, ask yourself this. How are your talents compared to the Sword Saint and Gudonglu? By that time, the cottage disciples will establish their own forces. And will anyone join your forces? The cottage does not even have to fight. They just need to wait for time to pass before they can become the symbol of the Eastern Barren Territory. At that time, who will remember the Witch Clan? Or the Moon Clan? You will just vanish into the river of history. This is Mr. Du's aspiration, the king said, staring at everyone else. They knew what the king had just said was very likely to be true. If there was really such a day, the cottage would not have to battle at all to unify the Eastern Barren Territory. By that time, the cottage would become the absolute holy land in Eastern Barren Territory. Furthermore, even if they wanted to fight back by then, they would not be strong enough to deal with the cottage disciples. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.